Cool. And we are cruising. Let's see if we can balance this out a little bit. All right, there we go. Nice. Hello, it's Trip from Locomotive Works, and today we have an exciting project to dig into. It's our new Victoria Railways J-Class 280, and this thing is pretty beefy. So the build time is going to be pretty extended. We're probably going to go until like 10 o'clock at night is going to be my cutoff, but we are going to do a build gauntlet. This is just in its prototype phase, so there is always a chance that we may run into a snag here or there, just a little design snag. It's super easy to resolve later on, but this is kind of that stage where we discover whether certain things are good to go or whether, we need to make some adjustments. So without further ado, I think we gotta get started on this. Now, right out of the gate with this kit, we do have a couple new things. We are introducing a new gauge. We are introducing Australian broad gauge. So unlike our standard 2-inch gauge, this is actually a 2¼ inch gauge model. So it's not actually an NMRA recognized gauge, but it's pretty cool. So I'm excited to see this thing come together. And if you guys have anything you want to add to the conversation, if you have questions or any sort of suggestions or anything like that, this is open house, How's it going watching at school right now? Hey, there you go, Skylar. Hey guys, welcome. Thrilled to have you all here. And I'll try to fill dead air as much as possible. So first out of the gate, what we need to do is build our track sections. So we'll start with that. Get this out of the way. Now I did goof up on one of these track panels, but it's going good. It's going very good. It's a beautiful day out. I was outside fishing for a little while, just to kind of like break up the day a little bit. Jacob Thomas asks, can you make a K36? Absolutely. One of my favorite locomotives is a K36. So it's very high on my list of to-dos. And I did start a K36 a few months ago, and I dip into it and I work on it here and there whenever I get the chance to work on it. But for the most part, until we get a few of these commissioned projects out of the finished up, I really can't devote a whole lot of time to it. And then I also have a really, really big locomotive planned for this year that I want to tackle. So we got a couple things ahead of it, but it will happen. Okay. So the assembly process for the Australian broad gauge, exactly the same as every other track system. We have not changed a single thing other than the actual gauge or the distance between the two rails. Oh, a Berkshire would be incredible. I do have a Berk planned, but I'm trying to see if I can get kind of some sort of like partnership deal going with a few places. And part of that requires some boots on the ground and going out and schmoozing in public. But it will happen. Everything in time. Will you ever make 3801? It's a possibility. Everything's a possibility. If I see enough demand for 3801, then absolutely. All right, so that's our track pieces. So a lot of folks ask, what kind of glue do I use for the assembly process? I don't have the wrapper on this because this was covered in glue everywhere. It was a total mess, so I ripped everything off. But this is Eileen's white tacky glue, and I highly recommend it for anyone who wants to build these kits. I use it on the super scale, we use it on the small stuff. I've been using it since I was in grade school, and it's super, super good. And what I do is I just put a whole bunch of it on a piece of paper, like that. Put that to the side. Grab our sandpaper thing. And do I have a little stick for glue application? Let's see. There we go. Nice. Okay. So when using glue, all you have to do is use a little bit at a time. Just a little dab will do. And what's nice about this stuff is that it dries clear. And it sets really quick, but the cure time is pretty extensive. So you have a lot of time. If you make a mistake, you can go back and actually fix your mistakes, which is really nice because I'm prone to making all sorts of mistakes. Yeah, Corsair, you're doing the right thing. This stuff is great. I think on the current website it says use wood glue. Kind of in the process of changing the website right now, and that we're going to get rid of. But what I'd like to do is also sell tacky glue through the website if I can. But we gotta get Eileen's on deck with that. Okay. What I like to do is I like to put the A side or the clean side on the outside, and then the burnt side with the flare-ups on the inside, so you don't really see it. And those just go together like so. Got one of our rails. I feel like one of these has a chunk out of it, yeah. Oh, there you go. That's kind of why I wanted to start this live stream a little bit early, because I was like, like what time are Australian people awake? And I feel like you guys start to wake up about now. I don't know. I feel like 8 p.m. here is 10 a.m. there, if I'm correct. So you're up early. Oh, there you go, man. Yeah, you're gonna have a blast. So we are right on the main line between Boston and Portland. Let me open the window real quick so we get the full effect here. But every hour we get a either passenger train or freight train going by, which is pretty fun. Kind of adds to the aesthetic. I think this is our freight train. This is LO80, which is a local. Yep. Yeah, that's nice. Nothing like real sound effects, right? What you guys can't see is that the lights in here are actually shaking. It's cool. You get the vibrations, you get everything. It's fun. That's why whenever I look for spaces, or like if I'm looking for a space for like the shop, or when I was looking for a space for the shop, it's like it's gotta have some sort of association with the train line. And the fact that we're on the main line is pretty fantastic. So I'm excited to bring this one to market because this is kind of this is the first Australian locomotive that we're bringing to market. And it's also a partnership that I'll be talking a little bit more about in the coming days. But it's a partnership between Arduck Locomotive Works and the Yara Valley Railway. So the idea is that, they're going to be licensing this design so they can manufacture it in Australia, because the shipping cost of doing international shipping is just atrocious and makes the product really out of reach for a lot of people. So we're trying out a licensing program, and we're gonna see how that goes. And if it goes well, if the format benefits each party perfectly, then what we'll do is we'll expand that system, and we'll do something in Europe, we'll do something in Great Britain, and so on and so forth. Oh, that's very cool. Highball 5550. How goes it, Trip? Really good. Really good. Today's like the first day where it hasn't been like cloudy, rainy, and snowy and gross. So I spent a good amount of time outside just fishing. I didn't catch anything. But I saw a lot of ducks and a lot of birds. Had a nice time. So what I like to do is just clean up. Anytime I finish like a stage, I'll clean up my work, get rid of any excess glue. Again, it does dry clear, but from a craftsmanship side of things, it's always nice to have good presentation. Oh, nice. I love me a Gevo. A little more glue. So when I was first in early talks about this project, one of the big things that was a concern was, okay, so how do we do Australian broad gauge? Do we, excuse me, do we stick with the standard 2-inch gauge that we have currently, and what you end up with is a smaller model that's a little less detailed, or do we go further with it and introduce a new gauge altogether? And ultimately, I decided on doing a brand new gauge. And there's a couple reasons for that. A, there are other broad gauge locomotives out there that I would like to explore. Things like GWR broad gauge locomotives. I think there's not a lot out there on the market for GWR broad gauge, and it's something that I have a fascination with. Brunel is one of my favorite civil engineers of all time, so I'd like to do one of those. And it makes something that's cool and unique, and you get the level of detail that we're all accustomed to at this point. And I feel like I've really been able to do this model justice. What's been nice is that, in working with the Yara Valley Railway, they have been so supportive. They've provided so much help and feedback, because it's not possible for me to fly out to Australia for a weekend and, examine a J-class. So a lot of this has been done via just emailing photos back and forth, asking for just random pictures of random things, but it's worked out really well. All right, so we're just gonna slap some ties down on here. And I'm gonna do both track sections. And this isn't a precise thing. It doesn't have to be perfectly square. Get it somewhere within the correct realm. Like, you don't want it to be completely kinked, but... Sunny Simpleton, I met you at Amherst. Hey, dude, how's it going? Yeah, Amherst is so fun. That is my favorite event of the year. It is such a cool thing. And it's cool because, like, I went there as a kid because I grew up in Western Mass. So my parents used to bring me there every single year, and it was always so magical. And what's funny is my favorite thing at the show was, I want to say it's the New Haven O-Gauge modelers or O-Scale modelers. But they have this gorgeous lift bridge that they had built. They hand built that thing, like scratch built it. And it was always my favorite thing because it's like, oh man, like people can make anything. And now when we attend the show, it's right next to us. And that's the coolest thing on the planet. It's just like a cool full circle, like back to the roots. Hi Trip, it's Oscar from the Yara Valley Railway. It's been fantastic working with you as well. I can't wait to build one. Oscar, you're going to love this. Oscar has been kind of the one overseeing, you know, I think he has like the laser background or he's used laser cutters in the past, but he's kind of he's the one at the helm right now, pulling all the levers, cutting out different kits to try to dial in the machine so you guys are getting a really solid product. Oscar, we got to do like a FaceTime call at some point, buddy. I got to put a face to the name. Got to put a face to the name. And also, when you guys are ready, once this is like done and we've got like all the little things worked out, like this might go perfectly well today, or we might have just like a handful of small little things to fix. But if, you know, this goes well, it'll be ready to go into super scale. So you guys can build a 5-inch gauge model of a J-Class, which would be pretty cool. Oh, it's the best. It's the coolest train show. Yeah, but I'm excited for this one. A, because it's something new. I love when when I'm able to do something new and share it with individuals and people around the world that maybe aren't super familiar with, you know, the topic. Because then it just builds out a whole new wormhole of research for people and expands the hobby. Let's see, will you guys be making one of the R classes? I've always loved how elegant they are. Everything is on the table. Every type of model is on the table. It all boils down to, do we get enough recommendations for it or enough requests for it? Will you, let's see, will you ever make miniature gauge? So like narrow gauge? Like I would love to do some of the Puffing Billy railroad models or railway models. Like some of their Baldwin tank engines are really cool. I would love to do that. Vanden Bricks, definitely doable. We'll have to organize that at some point, and a 5-inch would be amazing. Oh yeah, just be a cool Cool desk warmer. Well, takes up a lot of space on your desk. Okay, so we kind of eyeball that, make sure that's nice and square. And then what I like to do, is because I want this to be a little bit more uniform, actually, I don't want to glue these, but when in Rome. Okay, so now that we have our track assembled, there are a few little things that I like to do to kind of make it last, or make it work a little bit better. What is your favorite kit in the collection? Good question. I think right now my favorite kit is the Super Scale J3A Hudson. That's kind of our flagship model. I think the most unique kit that we have that I had the most fun designing was the Cog Railway kit, because the amount of research that went into figuring out how the Manchester Locomotive Works actually built their engines and how the frames interact with the boiler and how the valve gear works and the gearing ratios, everything like that. I think the Cog Railway really kind of gives you a really unique building experience. It really tickles the brain in all the right ways. Will you ever do something older 2-foot like Ariel or Puck from the Bill Ricca and Bedford? I will at some point. It's so incredibly niche. I might, they are on the list of to-dos, but it's like really packed back there. Just because it is so niche, and I'd rather focus energy on something like a Sandy River Rangeley Lakes Prairie or a Bridgeton and Harrison 244. So what I like to do is I'll take some sandpaper and just sand out the inside edge and bevel that top bit of the rail. And what this does is it kind of creates a smoother surface for your model to run on. And that way it won't get caught on anything. It just tracks better. You don't have to go too crazy. You know, just bevel it. Give it a nice soft edge. This is pretty coarse sandpaper. When I was setting up for today, I realized I didn't have any 220 grit. So I just have this pretty heavy duty stuff, which I don't really like to use for these models because it's a little aggressive, but it'll work for now. Cool, perfect. So now that we have that done, we can get started on our tender. Kind of like Raven Glass engines, probably at some point. Will you make a big boy or 844? Can confirm the BB is a thing. We will be doing the BB. I'm currently, I'm currently working on preliminary drawings for it. I'm trying to, since the big boy is such an impressive machine, we have to do it absolute justice. And part of that requires going through Union Pacific as well. So we don't want to make, we want to make sure we're doing everything correctly. All right. So let's pull out all of our panels for the tender. Ooh, am I missing one? I think I didn't cut one of the panels. Oh, here it is. So on this kit, The tender panels are separate from the engine panels, except for one side. We did have a little bit of overlap, but it is annotated. And right now, you know, this is just a test model. So I picked J515, but we'll be doing something a little bit more tuned in to Yara Valley. If I may ask, Mr. Tripp, shall you be planning on making a model of CNA 620 John Stevens engine? Ooh, that's an actual possibility. It's so goofy. Imagine if the triplex was a kit. That'd be funny. You know, that would be funny. Don't want to overwhelm you with requests. I just thought I'd throw Madam Queen, the Santa Fe number 5000 in the air. Oh yeah, that could happen, because I do love that. I have a woodworking class, and I made an 040. Can I give it to you? Dude, that's yours. That's your thing. Hold on to that. That's your project. I would hate for you to give me something like that. I mean, it would be really, really nice of you, but hold on to your work, dude. That's your stuff. Something you're proud of. So with this, we're gonna get started specifically with our tender trucks. So we're gonna build these out. So right now we're gonna start with our axles. And I like to pull out all the little parts that I'm gonna need. Now the fun thing with these kits is that the parts aren't numbered. So you gotta do a little, you know, thinking. But what I do is, instead of having certain parts on certain sheets, everything's nested within the same neighborhood. So if you're working on the trucks are all going to be on one sheet. The tender frames and side parts are all going to be on one sheet. I try to keep it as easy as possible. Will engines from other countries be made, maybe such as Germany? Yeah, absolutely. As we grow and develop, and our reach, well, not our reach, but necessarily our, you know, we tackle territories, you'll start to see more things come into fruition. There's a great book of Trey's Santa Fe design drawings on the internet. Ooh, I'll check that out. All right, so we got our axles. And we're gonna pull out all the parts we need for wheels. And again, you don't need too much glue. Just a little dab will do. There we go. I have a pretty niche recommendation. That being the JZ83082. Ooh, I don't know it. Do you think you'll ever build Union Pacific C2 280s? So I don't have those on the list just yet. We might do something similar. And once we have the trademark information sorted out with UP, we can put Union Pacific on stuff. I'm from Serbia, so I thought that'd be neat. Yeah, I have to look that up. I'm not super familiar with it. Sounds like I have a whole new wormhole to go down. Let's see here. Let's get some more glue. All right, so now we can start putting wheels on our axles. And one thing, actually, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's sand off our little nubs. This sandpaper is too aggressive. Let's see, what do we got? Do I happen to have... If I were a betting man... Oh, I have another square in here. And suspenders. Oh, win. Boom. I do have lighter grip. So basically, on anything that has a curved surface, like your wheels or your bearings or anything like that, you're gonna wanna sand off any of the little nubs or like attachment points where the part's connected to the main panel. That just ensures that you end up with a really smooth rolling model. Max, hey Trip, how's it going? I got on as soon as school let out. There you go, dude. Glad to have you along. Have you tried doing something with Southern valve gear? I am working on a model that has Southern valve gear. I'm kind of like picking away at it when I get free time, but it's not really planned for release anytime soon. It'll probably be like a year or two before I get to it fully. But I'm having a fun time designing it. That is a goofy system. I don't know if you're aware, but when I was building the 1848, it seemed to skip over putting the side rods that connect to the drivers. Oh, good note. If you can, okay, that's actually a really good note. I will double check that. That's the nice thing about digital instructions, because sometimes that does happen. So we will go through and we will make that edit. So thank you so much. Yeah, whenever, you guys, if you ever notice like spots in the instructions where something's not clear or maybe something is missing, just shoot me an email. I tend to, you know, when I do instructions, I always think that it's perfect. And sometimes I miss things. So you guys interacting and reaching out and letting me know is super, super helpful. Super helpful. Okay. Okay, moment of truth. Nice. Perfect. Come out a little bit on those. Will any Steam dummies be made? Yeah, I was actually watching, you know, Mark put up a Century of Steam post, and I really like the Mule's Relief logo that they're adding to the game. So that's kind of something I was eyeballing. We'll probably do, you know, I started working on a J40 tram at one point. I'll probably revisit that because I want that to be, you know, a really solid kit. and it needs more attention than what I had originally given it. When I first started the J40, I was still just a boy. I was so young. Hello, Melissa Bishop. SAR 2-foot would be, yeah, oh yeah, 100%. What I would really like is a Australian Garrett. I think a Garrett would be super cool. Oops. Gonna have to pop on the machine real quick. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me jump on a machine real quick. I gotta print 2 more parts. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Has anyone ever asked me about curved track? Yes, absolutely. And it is possible. Actually, I can show you real quick an example of curved track that I designed and developed. And I'll tell you exactly why it doesn't work in just a second. Let me go ahead and just finish gluing this up, and then I will show you. So behind me on this shelf curved track panels. So this makes a 12-foot diameter curve. Or I think this is an 8-foot curve. So the problem that you run into with wooden curves, right? It's not that it's impossible to do. It's totally doable. It's totally doable. And it looks really good, and in theory, it works really well. The problem is when you introduce any sort of like flanged truck to it, it always this is not doing exactly what I thought it was going to do, but it likes to jump off the track. Actually, this is working pretty well, weirdly enough. All right. So my thought process for what I was trying to do, I have these trucks that have a heavier duty flange on them. But what I think, well, actually, all right, I don't know. Maybe we'll introduce it. It's historically, basically what I've run into is the trucks tend to ride up on the rail if you don't have it set up properly. You really have to bevel the living daylights out of that inner edge. And I guess you could, add that into the instructions as, part of the stage. It's like really bevel the inside of that rail. What I'm kind of waiting to do is actually introduce this later on as part of the RDuck toy train line, which is essentially what I'm thinking of doing is O-gauge models that are a little bit more simplified, maybe not as large and aggressive. We'll either do something like that or we'll do, because I want to be conscious of people having space. Yeah, it's working now, go figure. I want to be conscious of the fact that a lot of people don't have a tremendous amount of space. So setting up something on the floor that's maybe temporary is a possibility. But what if somebody wanted to do something a little bit more grandiose? I'd like to be able to do something. Yeah, I don't know why this is working now. I will say that every single time that I've tried to make this work, it just never worked. That's basically it. Flanged trucks need to have some sort of bevel to them. Train wheels are really conical, and for some reason this is working. So I don't know. Yeah, Murphy's Law. But I did design a power pack. So this is part of the idea for the toy train line. And, the idea with this is it's powered by a 9-volt battery. We'd have essentially, to do the the proper wheel shape, we'd probably have to do injection molding and do separate tires for injection molding. Now, instead of having a ton of different tires for a ton of different types of locomotives, we're gonna go back in time to early tin plate, when literally the E-motor was a very specific, standardized thing that was just slapped into any locomotive type that they were producing. And that's the principle that I'm going to work with. So we're essentially going to do probably things like Atlantics, twin engines, almost like S-motor looking things. It'll be pretty cool. I don't have a 9-volt battery right now, but this does move at a really good clip. And this is fully buildable. Anyone can build this. And it works really well, and it uses wooden gears, so it sticks well within the principles of RDuck, which I really like. The idea would be, you get the inner discs of the wheel, and the wheel would look like this almost, and you just slip the tire onto it and glue it into place. So that's the idea with that. So that's something that is probably going to come in the next year or so. So be on the lookout for that. I am working on it when I have time. As you can imagine, it gets pretty busy here. A lot. But I don't want to go into too much detail on that because, mum's the word. but we do have that sorted out. All right, next step. Let's build our truck frames. Can you tell me where to get it? So I don't have, that's not for sale yet. But the kits themselves, if you visit www.rduck.co, it currently takes you to our Etsy store. And that's where you can purchase these kits. And start small. Don't go big right away. You know, start with something cheap. Like the speeder kit is a fantastic place to start. So I'm trying to remember, I believe. So that's the thing, Max, is like I really don't, like I feel like I can figure out and crack the code on shea gearing with this material. It might be a little fragile, but I think it is, I do think it's doable. I just have to find the right recipe. Do the tracks include a guide to identifying parts? No, you're gonna have to find it yourself. That's kind of part of the joy of it. But I make it easy by, you know, when you're looking for parts, so like if you're on this sheet, you know, you can identify the part easily in the instructions. And then, you know, essentially once you find that one part, the other part is usually right in the neighborhood. So it's super easy to find. That's kind of the idea with that. You know, a lot of kits that are out there have the numbering system. It does work well. The problem is for me is it tacks on a bigger amount of time for manufacturing. So it would ultimately double the manufacturing time, which we really can't do at this scale. So in order to keep the prices down for everybody, we forego that and we make it more of a puzzle. It makes it more of a challenge. And it might be hard at first, but once you get going, you'll pick it up and then you won't even care. Not to overrun you with questions, but do you still have that wooden tram you made as a kid? The one I do, actually, it's at my parents' house. So I'm probably gonna go home to visit my parents at some point in the next like 3 weeks. Judy and Frank, if you're watching, coming home. Just to say hi. I'll do a little, we'll pull it out and I'll show you guys really the first, what I think is really the first RDuck Locomotive Works model. It doesn't have wheels or anything. That was the big issue with that, is that I wanted to make it 7¼ inch gauge. So I had a Briggs & Stratton motor that my dad had sitting around at his office. And I was like trying to restore that. But at that time, you know, I was like 12 or 13. I didn't know what motor restoration entailed. So I thought just cleaning the exterior of the motor was gonna make it work, and we couldn't get it to fire. It honestly probably just needed a new spark plug, truthfully. Or, you know, the carburetor just needed to get cleaned out. But even if I had done that, there was no way I was gonna figure out transmission and everything else. So, but it was a fun project, and I fondly look back on that as the summer I built a trolley in our barn. Do you ever think about creating kits of any streamlined engines? Absolutely. So as you'll note, there are no streamlined locomotives in my inventory yet, and that's because streamlined locomotives are very easy to design. And my thought is I'm gonna get all the hard stuff out of the way. So the engineering side, the valve gear, the wheels, the shape and proportions of the actual locomotive itself. And then later on when, you know, hey, I've got 2 months where I could do an A4 Pacific, I literally just take my A3 design, change the shape of the boiler and everything like that, and bada bing, bada boom, we have a brand new kit, and 70% of the work is already accomplished. Funny suggestion, what if you made like gauge converter wagons? Probably not gonna do that. I think it's a cool idea, but I'm probably not gonna do it. New Haven Foamer has entered the chat. Welcome, buddy. We do need some New Haven equipment at some point. We do have the exclusive New Haven GP9 through Danbury, but other than that, we really don't have really much. All right. So now we're gonna, these are really gonna start looking like trucks, which is cool. I'm excited. Are you excited? Should be. So for doing trucks, it can be a little daunting at first. Boston and Maine equipment? Oh yeah. I mean, I really want to do a mogul, like one of the 1400 moguls. Ideally 1455 because Danbury's been asking for it, and I'd like to do it. And plus, we're right on the Boston and Maine main line. It would be silly not to do it. A P2B would be excellent. There's so many options, as you can imagine. Oh, we completely skipped a step. So right now I'm building this from memory. So bear with me. There might be a couple situations where I gotta backtrack a little bit. This is one of those times. Will you make a New Haven FL7? Not totally sure if I will. Sorry for asking again, but do you guys have a J50 060? We don't. We don't have a Ginty. I think that's a Ginty. Is that a Ginty? I might be wrong. Or is it the Japanese 060? I'm sure one of you guys in the chat will probably be able to answer that. If I don't see your question or respond to your question, feel free to just keep asking. Oh, it's a Ginty. Okay, yeah. We don't have a Ginty. We do have the E2, which is, it's not a Ginty. It's not the LMS Ginty, but I think down the road at some point we'll do a Ginty. Oh, it might be an LNER 060. If it's a Ginty, Ginties were LMS. Get your facts straight, New Haven Foma. Okay, let's see. So with these little bearings, again, this is one of those situations where you're going to want to gently sand away any sort of nubs. Make it nice and smooth. So that way you end up with a really smooth rolling kit. Any of the really aggressive little tags. And you're not trying to flatten the edge, right? You're just removing that excess. I have seen RGS 20, and I've had a few people ask for an RGS 20. The problem is, I don't like 10-wheelers. I don't like the proportions. I think it looks so weird. Even though like everyone that I've talked to is like, oh, you need to do RGS 20, and we will at some point. But I think a K36 would be a lot more fun. Gasp. I don't know. It's just the 10-wheeler never really interested me. I don't know why. Just never joined that bandwagon. So I was thinking, I really like the Selkirks, like the Canadian Selkirks. So we'll probably end up doing that because I think the streamlined Selkirk with a plow just looks, it's beast mode locomotive. And I think that would just be so cool to have a streamlined or semi-streamlined locomotive with a snowplow. That would look really neat. I apologize if I'm a little raspy. I'm getting over a cold. Okay, one more. If you do a New Haven stuff, will you do a cool R3A 482? Probably. I'm just as much a sucker for the New York Central as I am for the New Haven. I grew up in Western Massachusetts, near the town of Northampton, which saw Boston and Albany, Boston and Maine, and New Haven. And I think representing those guys would be fantastic. Right on the edge of Springfield too, and Springfield saw all that stuff and more. Okay, now that we have that, we're gonna grab one of our wheel sets. So you'll note that I've attached one of the side frames already to the inner frame. And now we just kind of hold it with our hand. Put a little glue on there. Grab our other truck side frame, put one of the axles in there. And you kind of just ease it. Well, let's do this. Ease it on. Everyone has their own little process. You just kind of sandwich everything together, line everything up. Perfect. That's right. Okay, so we got that. Let's see here. So let's add some glue here. More over here. Basically, you want to avoid getting glue on the inside where the bearings are moving. Just using a little bit. I have a question. Have you ever thought of making another kit around British diesel locomotives? Absolutely. I really like the Class 40, but part of me really wants a neat model of like the first Deltic. The problem is that, you know, I gotta look up who's got what for like trademark rules. So yeah. Oh, buddy. There you go. But yeah, I would definitely love to start doing some more British diesels at some point. I think right now the only thing that we really have, since we just came out with the city class, and it hasn't been a strong performer. One of the things that we're going to do is probably take a break from British locomotives for a little bit. Not forever, but for a little bit. And do, you know, we'll round out the British rolling stock side of things. So we do have some things to add in there. I think if you see a British diesel, it's probably going to be like Lori's Ruston Hornsby. I would love to do that. Will you make a Virginia and Truckee loco, and have you seen Young Sheldon? I haven't seen Young Sheldon. I'm not a huge fan of Big Bang Theory, and I'd like to check it out. I'd like to watch it at some point. I just never really got around to watching it. We'll get there at some point. As you can probably imagine, I don't really watch too much TV right now. We're doing a lot of busy work doing this stuff. But I've seen clips and it's really funny. So I just want to remove any excess material so we don't overdo it. Maybe an SP Atlantic with a Vanderbilt tender. Fun fact, when I lived in Los Angeles, I lived in Hollywood for 6 years. And then I lived in Santa Monica for 2. When I lived in Hollywood, I was walking distance away. So I used to go hiking on the weekends, all the time. And one of my favorite places to go on my hikes was I would hike down to Travel Town, and they have a Southern Pacific Atlantic. And that thing, you know, the drivers on that thing are just substantial. Substantial. It's such a cool machine. That museum rocks. I've been trying to get them to carry kits, but so far, my attempts have been fruitless. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's Steam. Travel Town is an excellent museum. It's so cool. It's actually one of the first places this is how you know you're a train nerd. It was one of the first places I ever went when I moved to LA, because I was looking up fun things to do in the area. And I was just like in a hotel room. Like I hadn't even found an apartment yet, because the guy that I was originally going to live with decided, no, I'm gonna have my girlfriend move in with me. So I'm driving halfway across the country, and I get that email, and I'm like, oh shoot. So I was sitting in a hotel room trying to figure out what to do, and I was like, you know what, let's go look at some trains. So I went to Travel Town. It was great. And they have so much stuff. And it's right next to Los Angeles Live Steamers too, which I'm really bummed I didn't go visit. I feel like every time I was like, oh, I'm gonna go visit, I'm gonna go check that out, I had something else going on that day. And I was like, if I'm gonna do this, it deserves more than just like a few hours. Like I want to make it a day thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry guys. Ooh, so we got more detail to add, but we are getting there. Yeah, if you guys need closer inspection on stuff, just let me know. Oh, I know. What a great spot. I don't know, I'm gonna probably end up going to Steamtown. I've never been. I'll probably end up going this year because I want to go check out the big chungus when it comes to town. And I kind of told my dad we would do like a boys trip, you know, something fun. Because he wants to see it. I like taking him places. He enjoys it. Ooh, there you go. The B&O Museum is gorgeous. It is one of the prettiest collections of locomotives. Just take your time and take it all in. So, Max, your mom is right on the money. So one thing that I'm probably going to start doing in the next year is actually start exploring things outside of the realm of just trains. I'm thinking of doing things like steamships, tugboats, steam shovels, steam tractors, kind of sticking within the steam realm of stuff. But I do also really like lighthouses. And fun fact, I made a lighthouse bird feeder, and that thing looks really cool. Yeah, so New Haven Railfan, you'll like this. Think of like Fall River Line, like side paddle wheelers with the walking beam engine. And as you roll it across the table, the walking beam engine is doing its thing. And there's the full steam engine on the inside. So you can remove a panel and you can actually see the steam engine doing its thing, which I think is going to be really, really cool. Yep, kind of similar to Valley Railroad. Valley Railroad doesn't have a real steamship. I think they just have like dressed up ferries, essentially. But you are very, very close. But I do want to do kind of like a deep dive into some alternatives. Will you make an SP loco? Maybe someday. Maybe someday. 4449. We all love 4449. We'll probably do something like that. Maybe even smaller screw vessels. Yeah? So think tugboats. Think tugboats. I think tugboats could do very well. I'm a big fan of tugboats. It's one of the main reasons, it's honestly one of the only reasons why I moved to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, is because we have a lot of tugboats. And I really like that. Oop, guess I forgot to do that. Because, yeah, I mean, inspired by, you know, not strictly because, but, you know, it just so happens that, that is the reality, is that, there is some crossover with equipment. not necessarily specifically. You know, I'm not the biggest, like I used to love that show when I was a kid. I'm not as into it nowadays as I was when I was a kid. I respect it. I think it's great. I credit it with getting me interested in the hobby. But it's not the reason why we've done things like the Doncaster A3. You know, that's the thing, is like every single British locomotive can almost be traced to some character within that ethos. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. I thought I gave myself more of these. I gotta cut myself one more part, guys. I'll be right back. Hang tight. And we're back. Commercial break. Yeah, exactly. Shall bow before me. Thou shalt be thy monarch. Ourselves a bit more glue. I picked a horrible stick. I just grabbed a piece of scrap wood that I had kicking around, and it's got these, it's a piece of rail, but it's got these nubs on it, and it keeps grabbing the inside of the bottle. The stick is cooked. What did I just do with that? We did that on the bottom. So right now I'm just adding on the journal box detailing. And these are our little journal box covers. I'll show you guys what that looks like. Yeah, pretty neat, huh? Yeah, exactly. Sanding's pretty simple. You don't have to overthink it. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's kind of, it's not high quality, you know, carpentry. Just give it a little oomph. Give it a little kiss of the sandpaper. That's all you need to do. It's so nice that it's finally getting warm out and I can have the window open. I can hear the waterfalls. Oh, it's fantastic. Imagine if you did a payload from Team Fortress 2. I've never played that game. I don't know what Team Fortress 2 is. One thing that we were thinking of doing is, as a joke model, that we would do, like, release like a silly car or like something goofy. Basically the motor for, or like the gearbox for the J3A Hudson's screw. Oh, Trip, you are missing out on peak gameplay. Dude, I was a Minecraft boy, and I really only play 3 games. I play Hell Let Loose, which is a World War II game. Roller Coaster Tycoon, Loopy Landscapes, because it's my soothing, calming game. I used to play Minecraft a lot more than I do now. These upside down. Before I started this train company, I was actually trying to be a Minecraft, you know, gamer. Because someone I knew was, and they were driving a fancy car. And I was like, I can do that. But yeah, so back in the day, I really liked Minecraft so much that I got really into the mod Traincraft. So if you go online and if you've ever used the Traincraft mod, back in like 2015, 2016, Traincraft released a map, like a big train map, and it was called like Empire Build Blocks Train Map or whatever it was. That was me. I made this massive map in Minecraft that was like scaled specifically for Traincraft. I nerded out. I had a great time. Let's see. I think there are still some old YouTube videos kicking around of me like talking about Minecraft, which I think is awesome. Minecraft is one of the best games ever created. It's tremendous. Me and my buddies occasionally pop back in there and do stuff, but not so much. Not so much these days. I got my hands full. All right, so we have our tender trucks completed. So now we get to move into doing, yeah, immersive railroading's great. Oh yeah, I'm sorry if I'm pestering you, but do you ever think of making a collaboration with the B&O Railroad Museum? I have done a collaboration with the B&O Railroad Museum. We did a series of GP9s for them, and we sold those GP9s through that museum. But since then, we just didn't see, like the GP9, like Steam Locomotive sell. That's the thing, is Steam Locomotive sell. You know, maybe in the future, I would love to open that realm of possibility again if the B&O Railroad Museum ever wants to do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thatcher Perkins is peak. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. But, you know, the 1856 440 that we have was actually designed with the intent that we would work with the B&O Railway Museum. So I'm thinking that maybe down the road we'll do something. Oh, there you go, Jim. I can't wait to see how it turns out. It's gonna look so cool with the custom hood, custom long hood. All right, so now we're doing our chassis. I believe there are some bits and bobs I need to grab from this sheet. There we go. I may have to go look at the digital model real quick, just to make sure that I'm getting everything in the right place. Because as much as I want to trust my brain and say, oh yeah, you're doing it right, you never know. You never know. Okay, so we know that this is 4. We know this goes here. We know this goes here. We know that this one goes here, if I'm correct. What about this one? So let me go check the model real quick. I'll be right back. I just don't want to move that up. So, okay, cool. And that is why we check. Nice. Do these first. Sorry about the mess here, guys. Have you ever been to the National New York Central Railroad Museum? Is that the one out in Indiana? I haven't. I really want to go. If all goes to plan, I should have an entire wall of those wooden shelves in my room. Oh, there you go. Think we need some more Dinky Lads. Hey, start sending me recommendations for Dinky Lads, buddy, and we'll make it happen. I love the small kits. The small kits are super fun. And it's nice because like you can tackle it in a weekend. You can have fun with it. What I really want to do is expand the speeder lineup. I would love to have some like different options for like people who've built the speeder. So like I would love to do a like a meme train essentially. So just like silly stuff on little like work cars, like an outhouse or a porta potty, that sort of thing. But you can't call it a porta potty because I believe porta potty is actually trademarked. these in here before we go too further. Skipped a stage. Will you ever make a White Pass loco? I have to get White Pass on board with it. If I can get White Pass on board with it, then yes, absolutely. But a lot of, you know, when I do locomotives that exist currently or are, you know, owned by museums, it's always best to make sure you're working within their good graces. You don't want to step on anyone's toes. Can get expensive. And also, you know, it's like, it's one of those things where, you know, I really want to promote the industry the best I can and work with these heritage groups to come up with cool products that they can sell and market and, you know, make money off of. So collaboration is always really high on my list of to-dos. How about more Taliflin stuff? Absolutely. Yep, 1309. CNO 1309 is, honestly, if we weren't doing the BB, then we would be doing 1309. Because 1309 was slated for this year, but that's getting pushed back. And again, like we were given the green light by Western Maryland to pursue that project. So it's only a matter of time before that happens. Most places, I will say, are very, very positive when it comes out to, you know, doing stuff like this. Like they wanna support it, which is great to see. Whether it's the B&O Railroad Museum, Wiscasset, they're great friends of ours at this point. So much so that on Saturday I'm going up to do some track work with them. So we'll do the work weekend, which I'm actually looking forward to because I need to get outside. It's finally starting to get nice out and I want to spend some time. I'll be starting on the city class in the next couple weeks. Yeah, you will, Kevin. Do you watch Tea and Moonshine by Jimmy Lambert? No, I haven't. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, if you guys have recommendations for things that I need to watch, let me know. Again, I don't watch too much TV, which is funny because I used to want to be an actor. Let's see here. Yeah. I found that if I try to watch TV while I'm designing, I just get so distracted. So I usually just sit in silence like a psychopath, which is like probably alarming, but it works really well. You really dial in and focus. Let me go get some more water, guys. I'll be right back. We are making progress. This is looking cool. This is looking very, very cool. So I never watched I Love Toy Trains as a kid. That came a little bit later. So I grew up on There Goes a Train, Shining Time Station, obviously. I had this video called Choo Choo's Up Close and Personal, and for some reason that was like my favorite movie. I grew up on watching The Great Locomotive Chase for the longest time was like my favorite movie, and it's still one of my favorite things. I've got all the books on it and everything. I actually, before I started doing the wooden train stuff, like these kits, I actually had purchased a plastic model of the General. And I didn't like that it was the modern version of the General. I wanted a model of the General as it was the day that the Andrews raid occurred. So I actually kit bashed the entire thing, added a separate, like an extra dome, backdated it, added running lines or running boards, different type of cow catcher. I did a lot to it. And I love the way it turned out. Sadly, when I moved from California to here, it got destroyed. And I tried to fix it, but it was plastic and a lot of the parts had gone missing. And I kind of said, you know what? We're just gonna let this one go. But I do have some good photos of it. So I'll post that at some point because it was really a fun project and it was my first, that project really was kind of one of the things that I had built where I was like, I wish there was more stuff like this. Moment of silence for Trips General. Yeah, for real. I also built a GB Racer that had a working motor. So a GB Racer was like a Granville Brothers racing plane from the Bendix trophies back in the 1930s. And they used to build GBs really close to where I grew up. And they were death traps. These things were nuts. They were Pratt & Whitney Wasp Jr. engines strapped to dinky little wings and a tiny little fuselage. And it was just nuts. But I had built one of those models and I was like, I wonder if I can add like a propeller to this. So I added a little electric motor attached to a solar panel and I built a Bendix Trophy pylon, which is, you know, the thing that the plane flies around. And I put the plane on a counterweight with with the solar panel on the other end, and I balanced it perfectly so you could put it in the window and it would just fly around in circles around this pylon. That was really cool. I do have videos of that. That's neat. So I always like to take, you know, if you guys are trying to find like, you know, cool, inspiring things to watch, you know, whenever, check out Jamie Heinemann's, not Jamie Heinemann, what's his name? Why am I blanking on it? It's what's his face from Mythbusters. Jamie's the one with the mustache. I can't remember what the other guy's name is, but he does one-day builds, and it's fantastic. But he always does something creative and fun, and that's really inspiring. And you learn a lot of cool techniques. Will you do a B&O Camelback? At some point, yes. We do have the trademark permissions to do CSX stuff, kind of, I think. I need to check in with the powers to be and make sure that we're good to go to do CSX branded stuff. But I would love to do, because even if you use B&O is still owned by CSX. So you don't want to you don't want to make the big bad wolf scary, or you don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. You want to make sure that you're operating well within the limits of what you can do. Why do I feel like this is a foolish move right now? My choo-choo senses are tingling. There we go. How large will Big Boy's display track be? Big. Hey Trip, I'm getting the Contractor 040 ST for my birthday. Do you have any tips for the build to make it easier? Take your time. You know, I love that. That's a very good question. I really stress just take your time, have fun with it. You know, the builds, you don't want to rush. You know, take your time, follow the steps, dry fit whenever you can. By dry fitting, I mean, you know, test out how things are going to fit, and then move forward to the next stage and glue and all that stuff. If you want, I actually did a video on the Contractor Locomotive. It might help to look at that or watch it real quick, because there's all, I don't think I talk in it very much. I have to go back and watch it. I can't remember how much talking I did in it. I don't think I did much at all. But, you know, sanding in certain places, just take your time. The first kit's always the hardest. And don't be afraid to fail. If you fail, that's okay. The next one is just going to be way better. Yeah, I did a little skit. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. You know, if you make mistakes or if you have questions, just reach out to me. I'm always available to offer guidance. If you have a question or you need an extra part, or maybe you broke something, just let me know. I'll send you a free part. Super easy. Super easy. But take your time. That's the biggest thing, is just take your time. Think about every step. And you will have a tremendous amount of success and fun. So let's see here. What do we got? What do we got here, guys? I'm trying to remember this. That's better. Let me clear this out because I feel like it's a little crowded in the frame. So right now we've got our frame and we are slowly starting to get this together. So it's starting to look like the thing. Tenders are always so fun because at first you don't really think much about it. And you're like, oh yeah, no, this will be quick, dirty. But, you know, you start going down rabbit holes with how it was built and little things like that. And it's always fun to try to come up with new ways to do tenders. I really get a kick out of doing tenders. I think where that really shows is on the J3A kit with the, you know, with the coal auger and all those things. It's really quite fun. what we'll do in the future too, I need to bring my laptop to work. So that way, what I can do is I can have like the chat somewhere over here. And that way we can do the camera at a better angle so you guys can see a little bit more clearly what's going on and how things are going together. Yeah, the auger's sweet. Honestly, figuring that out was like such a win. It's a tough little tricky thing to build, especially if it's like your first kit, because it's a lot of, you know, it's a lot of little steps that combine into something cool. And it can be a little daunting, but it is cool. Okay. Oop. Oh, 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 oh. We need our buffer beam bits. So we're gonna add our buffer beam on here now so these dry in a proper fashion. If you can bring back any loco from the dead, J3A Hudson, 100%, without a question. The J3A Hudson. It is just the epitome of good locomotive design. The next best thing, honestly, would probably be a Niagara. But, you know, the J3A is just such an iconic machine. It's one that, you know, if I ever win the lottery, there will be subtle signs that I have won the lottery, because all of a sudden there will be a J3A entering production, kind of like how, you know, the T1 duplex is kind of entering production, which I'm really stoked on. Those guys are actually doing it, which is super, super cool. And from an industrial design perspective, you know, if you don't know much about the T1 duplex, go look it up, go check it out. I know we all know about it. We're all a bunch of goofballs that know about that stuff. But the T1 duplex that is a cool machine through and through. And I am so excited to see that happen. But another thing that I would like to do, I think something that's maybe a bit more manageable, would honestly be a Sandy River Rangeley Lakes 262. Because at least then you've got a place where you can operate it and whatnot. Fun fact, F. Nelson Blount wanted to preserve a J3A, but they were all cut up. It's true. New York Central, like most railroads at the time, you know, it's easy to be like, oh, New York Central's the worst. They cut up all their steam locomotives. At this time, like, railroads were really in bad shape. They were stifled by regulations and all sorts of different little things. And a lot of money was being given to the trucking industry, you know, subsidizing the trucking industry. So railroads were kind of falling out of favor, and, you know, airlines were becoming more popular, and air travel was accessible. So railroads needed a way to inspire people into, you know, using them. So one of those big things was get rid of steam locomotives. They're old, they're maintenance heavy, they're, you know, diesels are just so good. You know, it's like oil comes from ground, put oil in machine, press button, go. So yeah, it's so it's so sad that it happened, but you know, you can kind of, it's easy to point fingers and blame, but you know, if I was in that similar situation as, you know, those guys, I would probably do the same thing. Or something similar. Oh yeah. If you ever want to read a really good book about New York Central dieselization and the modernization and the troubles faced by the New York Central, and when Penn Central kind of came into existence, look up the book, The Men That Played with Trains. It's fantastic. It's a crazy deep dive into Penn Central, its failure, and all that stuff. It's really, really eye-opening. Okay, we are moving on to the next stage, guys. We are building out our tender frame. So we've got our chassis complete, and that looks pretty cool. Looks pretty neat. Got our buffers on there. So far, I'm pretty pleased. This is looking the part. And the assembly's been really nice. There's like some fun little interesting spots. I might change one thing, but other than that, like, kind of dig it. I just don't like that these buffer beams they're not free floating, but they're only supported in one place. I would like those to have a little bit more support. And that's why we do these prototype builds, so we can learn, figure out how to make things better, make little changes. Okay. This is always a satisfying little moment. You get some good clicks. we go. We've got our main deck on there. And the big thing when you're installing your decks, just make sure that it's lying flat. If it's not lying flat, feel free to always go in and just, you know, tape things down and just sit and let it dry. That's your best bet for keeping things nice and level. For the most part, it should be nice and flat. Just like that. This is starting to look like the thing. At this point, we're gonna lubricate our bearings. This is always something that everyone kind of hits me on. I use WD-40 for lubrication. This stuff, you know, everyone will be like, it's not a lubricant. Well, it works really, really well for this. The nice thing about it is that it dries clear. It doesn't warp the wood. The problem that I had with wax is that it gums up and stuff gets stuck. Oh, what happened here? Little bearing fell off. It just works so well. It works perfectly for all these kits. I've never had an issue with it. Some people say, you know, hey, you know, WD-40 is gonna ruin the wood. You're gonna have a gross protective film. It doesn't. It works so well. I will die on that mountain. Yeah, not sponsored. I'm trying to get Eileen's Tacky Glue to sponsor me, but, you know, we'll see about that. Okay. That worked out surprisingly well. So you just do a little bit on the bearings. You don't have to go crazy. Just want to get it into the journals. Put it on your display track. Wood bearings, just as good as plastic bushings or anything like that. Nice and smooth. And again, it all boils down to how you prep your model. So sanding all the little burrs off of any bearings really, really helps. Yeah, this RDuck video is sponsored by NordVPN. Yeah, they do everything. No, these videos are sponsored by RDuck Locomotive Works. Seeing that wood click into place without struggle made me think the wood would snap. No, that's why we use plywood and not MDF. Plywood has like a nice property where it's a little bit more forgiving if you have to move it around a little bit. You know, especially within engineering, and this is actually kind of a cool thing. You do want some flex. You still want things to be able to flex. When I was initially, I haven't used MDF. Maybe it was just the MDF that I was using in the very beginning. But when I built the red Hudson behind me, the two locomotives that came before that one actually were made out of MDF, and you couldn't even get things to move. It was really kind of ratchet. The speeder does ride a little rough, and I think it's just because it's so light. I think that's part of it. But it does give it character as you move it around. We do need a little American shunter. Before I built the heavy yard locomotive, the 080, originally that kit was an 060, and it was just like a USRA 060. And I was like, we could do something cooler. I want to do something a little bit neater. And I always loved the look of the U's the U series, and I was like, let's do it. Melissa Bishop asks, hey Trip, what kind of glue do you use? I use Eileen's Tacky Glue. This does not have the label on it. And I don't think I have another tube kicking around. But it's just Eileen's Tacky Glue. You can get it at Walmart, not Staples. You can get it at Walmart, Target, Michael's, Blick, Amazon. It's great. What is your favorite kit you've designed so far? Redoing the J3A Hudson. I had so much fun trying to figure out how many little fun details I could add into that. I'm just gonna ask a question. Is narrow gauge possible? Totally, narrow gauge is super possible. We have like 2-footers, we do Welsh narrow gauge, we've got some American narrow gauge, we have the C25 Montezuma kit, which is narrow gauge. We got a couple different ones in there. A K36 is planned, and the K36 is going to have the same amount of detail as the J3A Hudson. So expect shakeable grates in the firebox, valve gear, opening smoke box door, stuff like that. All right, so we finished with this one. So let's get all of our interior frames out of their panels. When you make your K36, can you make it where you can buy it and have a choice of either? So that's pushing it a little bit because the K36 is different than the K37. The K37's a bit beefier. So I probably won't do that. But again, the product is made out of wood, so it's not impossible to make little adjustments. For example, I had somebody reach out and ask if the Avonside Docksider locomotive, if it was possible to add on a coal bunker on the back end. And yeah, anything's possible. The great thing about wood is that you can do a lot of stuff with it. So the world's your oyster. Oh, nice, dude. When is National Train Day? I should know that, but I don't know when National Train Day is. Oh, I have that. I was like, where is that one piece that I could have sworn I had, but I guess I don't have it. Nope, I got it right here. Right in my hand. If it were a snake, it would have bit me. Now we're gonna start building out the structure here. That's not good. Yeah, a note. Yeah. All right, we're gonna have to get a little aggressive here with this. The problem with 2 years ago, we expanded the shop, so now it's a lot longer. The problem is it now takes me twice as long to run and go get tools, which kind of sucks, but I will take that any day. So we forgot to add, or basically, sometimes when you're nesting, certain operations get dropped. In this instance, and this is again why we do prototype builds, the little openings on the main board here are missing for this piece. So we'll make that fix. We'll fix it in post. So we're just gonna sand off those spots right there. We're gonna add a little glue to the base. And basically what I do during this whole process is I'm taking notes on everything, right? No, Max, we expanded, what was it? It wasn't this last October, it was the October before. We expanded that way. So basically, there was a cabinet shop that existed next to us, and they had a drafting studio next door. And I'd had a couple different neighbors over there, and the whole time, it's always been kind of like interesting because, you know, we put out exhaust. So during the summer, it gets a little tough because they can't open their windows. And so there was always kind of like a little, you know, we tried to be good neighbors. But the reality is sometimes that can get a little tough. So the second that the drafting studio moved out, I was like, I have to absorb that space. I don't care if we don't have the money for it, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out on the way. So it was kind of one of those like flying by the seat of our pants moments where, you know, hey, we're just gonna go for it and we'll figure out how to pay for it later. And that worked out really well for me, which I'm really happy about. Is it possible to make your kits motorized? Yes, absolutely. There's a really good example of somebody who motorized one of the super scale Montezuma kits. If you dig through my Instagram, you will find it. I'm going to try to start doing like interviews with people who have built the kits and they've done something cool. So for example, this gentleman who motorized his Montezuma kit, I really want to talk to him because I feel like he would have some really good insight. Hold on, we're missing something. We are missing, we aren't missing the thing. I thought we were missing something, but we're not. I was just missing an entire piece. That's why. That's what it is. Boom. Again, doing this from memory. The best we can. So we'll put some glue on here. So, turns out we weren't missing what we thought we were missing. So I gotta go remove that note real quick. But I want to glue this into place sooner rather than later. That's better. I was like, why did I make that a 1/4 inch? Usually when I do stuff, it's usually for a purpose. Because I'm a big form follows function guy. Let's see. loosen that up a bit. Get that there. Now we're cooking with gas. I want to get enough glue on these male ends so they hold. We may end up having to tape the tail end of this piece down because wood naturally always wants to warp. You're just constantly fighting it sometimes. But that seems to hold, actually. My genius knows no bounds. I kind of had a feeling that would just work. Love it. Absolutely love it. So let's add some more adhesive here. Drop this into place. Ooh. Take that off the display track for now. There we go. Let me go remove that note real quick. Get back to it. Okay, that looks cool. So now I don't think we're jumping the gun if we put these on. Because this is like my favorite part of the tender assembly, of any tender assembly, is when you add in the sides and the top and the back panel and all that stuff. It's just so satisfying. Stay down. Let's think for a minute. Do you guys recommend little black rocks that I could use for coal? Yeah, real coal. If you go find like charcoal, you can actually break up charcoal and it makes a really realistic looking coal. You can add black paint to kitty litter. That always looks good. Here's a question. Is there any way you can make other track pieces like switches and curves? So we actually talked about curves earlier, and it is possible. I've made curves. But I don't sell them because this is going to be part of something else. And I'm kind of waiting until I get a couple more little odds and ends figured out. It's going to be part of like a whole new system. Which I think you're all really, really going to like. Exactly, the R-Duct train set is exactly the thought. But I don't want to give too much away because it's like, I want to avoid having someone else go out there and do it suddenly. And then I'm kind of cooked. Oh, so this needs to go on first. Let's see, can you guys see? If Big Boy has holes in its funnels, I will try to add a smoke unit. That will be sweet. I was actually looking at, where we are right now is in a big mill building, right? And it's a big mill building that's full of a bunch of different little companies. Yara Locomotive Works, there's a karate studio, there's all sorts of really cool stuff. One of the things that I discovered recently, there's a place called New England Curiosities that moved in a few months ago, and they do like woo-woo, like rocks with special powers and that sort of thing, you know, if you're into that sort of thing. And one of the things that they had little atomizers, like little tiny atomizers, and you put it in like a cup of water, and it made a tremendous amount of mist. And I was like, oh, that actually is a really cool thing. And I was like more interested in that than anything else. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to get some of those atomizers and put them in a locomotive. And I was thinking, I think a fun YouTube video would be taking the J3A Superscale Hudson and painting it and making it, you know, our flagship model, because, you know, who doesn't want that? And, you know, making it sort of like a, so what can you do with an RDEC Locomotive Works kit? Because a lot of people ask, like, what's the point of this? And it's like, well, the enjoyment of building, for one, but also it's a blank slate. You can take these things as far as you want. Oh yeah, so the big cheddar drawing was made by our friend Marcelli, who actually, he designed or helped design the City class locomotive, as well as the Avonside. Downista. Idea for a kit, you could do a rail crane. Yes, absolutely. So I want to try to do more maintenance of way stuff, because I love maintenance of way things. It just might be a little while until I get to it. And I think I'll probably end up doing that with the new series that I'm kind of planning, because I want it to be more of a, you know, fun sort of thing. Can you make a galloping goose? If I can get the Colorado Railroad Museum to buy into the idea of doing galloping geese, then yes, absolutely. But I need to get the Colorado Railroad Museum on board. Just cause, them's the rules. All right. So the final model obviously won't say test on it. It's just because this is a test model. It's the prototype. And some of these test models have made it out into the world. I usually gift them, because the thing is like, I don't like to throw stuff away. My brother has a few test models, close friends. You know, sometimes if people visit the shop, you know, we'll give out a test model, or it's kind of like a fun little, hey, take this with you sort of thing. Oh. That's upside down. Okay, I'm gonna print that out again. Part's not upside down, just the lettering is upside down. Okay. There we go. Much better. Much better. Just a silly, goofy thing. Ooh, that's looking cool. Yeet! Let's see here. I probably won't do Strasbourg Thomas. Oh, there you go. Yeah, this is a really fun kit because it's, I don't know, I really like the size of it. And I also was experimenting with like new types of conduit, like how to make conduit look a little bit more exciting. So in a way, like I added nubs to it and I didn't think I would like it. And the nubs kind of make it look like different pipes are connected together. It looks kind of cool. I think you guys will like it. Considering we're about to dive headfirst into a very big locomotive that has lots of conduit and piping, I've kind of figured let's dial in how we make that look. Every time I do a new kit, or I design a new product, I really try to make it interesting for myself by adding something new. And one of the things that I've really liked doing is, what's a new element? What's a new feature? Even if it's just like a simple little design thing. You know, it doesn't have to be like a crazy, you know, little oddity. It just has to be like one little design thing that we can introduce and continue on later on. It's looking pretty good. So now with this part, I know that we want to have this installed first because we will be bumming out if we do this last. I'm trying to remember, how did we do this? I would like to do another collab with Mark. I'm always interested in working with those boys because, you know, it's a big community for us, but ultimately it is still a fairly small community altogether, right? So I know that probably makes no sense, but like whenever I can collaborate or whenever I can do something cool, I will. And I think one thing that I would like to do is, you know, I know Mark uses or operates a K37. We're probably going to do a K36 just because it's a little bit more marketable. But I would like to, I'm always looking to do more stuff with Mark. Those guys are super fun. And they're great friends, you know. I'm gonna try to angle this so you guys can see what's going on in the background. Oh, let's not get glue on that. Yeah, that's honestly it. K36s are operated by more museums too. So a big thing that I take into account when designing a product is, because ultimately at the end of the day, as much as like I love to design things for the sake of designing them, if I can sell these to museums and sell them to places that, you know, can actually sell them, I'm going to do it that way, because at the end of the day, we have to keep the lights on. And, you know, places like Cumbres and Toltec, places like Durango and Silverton have showed more interest in purchasing kits, especially if it's, you know, something like a K36. When I mentioned a K37, they were kind of like, nah, not so much. But, you know, it all boils down to, again, you know, this is a business, and businesses do have to make money. And that's kind of what's leading me there. As a Canadian, I would like to ask how you make the Canadian Pacific H1 Hudson. Oh, absolutely. So I really want to do some sort of thing with CP if I can. I just need to get the permissions. But that's why. I mean, like, the K37 is popular within the scope of, you know, people who follow Mark and Heiss and all that. But outside of that, it's currently only unique to the Colorado Railroad Museum. And that, my friends, is the tragedy of marketability. Oh, that's nice. But, you know, here's the fun thing about the K37. Once the K36 is designed, it wouldn't be hard to do a K37 later on down the road. Because now, you know, the engineering's pretty much there. It's just a bigger boiler, a different trailing truck, a couple other little minor features, but you get the idea. Ooh, that's a nice, satisfying click. Love it. We need a life-size wooden cutout of Mark. Talk to Mark, say, hey, let's get a big wooden Mark. A big way that things happen within the community too is if you mention stuff. So if you're on like a live stream or, you know, looking for certain things, always, you know, point it out. Be like, hey, would you collaborate to do X, Y, and Z? Because that's how things happen. It's what greases the wheels of commerce. Or if you go to your local hobby shop, be sure to ask, do you have Arduck Locomotive Works kits? That's a big thing. Because we do wholesale. All right, so we got that. So we got some doors, got the top. We need some grab irons. We're getting close to being done with our tender, guys. This is really coming along. Do you like Lego? I do love Lego. I grew up playing with Lego. I was oddly enough a little bit of a bigger fan of Connects. But Lego is such a fantastic building system. You know, it's great. Love Lego. But I grew up really liking Connects because I feel like it gave me more abstract playability, which I kind of liked. Yellow from Victoria. Very good. Glad to see you here. Glad to have you aboard. We are making moves with this thing. And I am so excited to be able to share this with you guys. Okay, so before we do that, I want to make sure these doors are in place. There we go. Perfect. There should be a little nub on here as a door stop. Just a tiny little bit of glue. There we go. Add some little grab irons on there. Let's see. Oh, I missed that one that you said. Train show in Mexico, can you go to it? So right now, we're only doing regional train shows. And that's just because we're not large enough to really have the money to go to bigger train shows or like more distant ones. Springfield is really the only really big one that we do. So that's kind of it. We'll do like smaller regional ones, but Springfield's really the big one that we focus on. In the future, I do intend to buy an SUV because right now I have a little silver sedan, and as you can probably imagine with these super scale locomotives, it's tough to pack everything in there. So hopefully in the future. Hopefully in the future. All right, so let's see here. What do we got? We need to do all the little bits and bobs that go on the top of our tender. So we've got a water hatch. So let's do that. And we've got a toolbox of sorts. Yeah, so that was one thing that we were considering when developing this product is, okay, so are we gonna do a coal version or the oil burning version? So we're coming out with the coal version first, and then down the road, we will do the oil burning version. Originally, the thought process was, why not make them both the same kit? The problem is that it just makes it more expensive to produce. It takes more time to produce. And we need to keep things relatively simple. So the idea is we'll start with the coal burning variant, and then down the road, we will introduce the oil burning variant. But if somebody was enterprising enough and wanted to make it themselves, they certainly could. You know, it doesn't take too much work to kit bash one of these kits. Nova Scotia Rail asks, are articulated locomotives possible? Absolutely. I'm working on one right now, and it is insanely cool. I've kind of figured out how to make the articulation work. It's a lot of weight, so you have to be able to structure it in a way where the lead engine isn't going to just shear off of your main body. So I've actually been working on that and kind of designing a couple different versions, and I'm trying to decide which one's my favorite. And then once I have my favorite, then I can move on to the rest of the machine. Will they ever make the modded Terriers where they remove the front drivers and replace them with traditional axles? I don't know. That's a little niche, buddy. It's a good idea. It's a cool idea, but it's not something that I'm really, it's not really on my radar. Oh, you're gonna love it. You are going to love your kit. They're just so fun to build, and it's relaxing. You put on good music, you make some tea, you just hang out. Take your time. I really like painting them. Sadly, I haven't had time to really paint anything recently, which really bums me out. I'm hoping to do that soon. Oh, a hint as to which articulated locomotive? Think big. Big articulated. Big kind of Chad of articulated locomotives. Do you plan on making the Southern Pacific Daylight 4449? I do. GS series locomotives. Definitely plan on doing that. It's not gonna happen this year, or maybe next year. Maybe next year if I can get enough traction for it. I was going to do one this year. That was the original plan, but I want to get some other groups on deck first before we dive too deep into that. But I have a good amount of that actually accomplished. Okay, so we are moving right along here, guys. We are almost done with our tender, and this is looking awesome. This is looking cool. So let's do, I want to do the back lights, because I want to make sure that this is on before we do our coupler cut bar. So as you can see, this isn't like all that interesting, but like on conduit, you see how there's those little like textured nubs? That's something that I started doing with this kit, and I really like it. I think it adds like a fun level of character to it, and it kind of gives it more of a, it instills a bit of purpose to the shape, and I really dig that. And I think I'm gonna continue to do that on future kits. I wasn't sure I was gonna like it, and I really do think it looks pretty cool. Exactly, kind of like if nuts and bolts were holding it together. I think it's like those little details, like every now and then it just like hits me where it's like, oh, we should like do that. And then you try it out and it works and you're like, all right, let's continue to do that moving forward. It's just better than, just shapes. We need 3 of our little lights. Because really at the end of the day, as much as I try to make these as prototypical as humanly possible, they are characterizations of the real machine. So you're kind of inspired by, is like the way to think of it. You're inspired by X, Y, and Z. please make more little engines. So like little narrow gauge ones. There we go with that. Oh, thank you, man. I do really appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Well, I think we need to do some small diesel power, because we have... The thing is diesel power, it's hard to sell. But I think, like, smaller diesels would be a great... I think smaller diesels would be fun. Like a 44-tonner would be great. Even, like, an Alco RS unit would be cool. There's so many, like, as you can imagine, there's just so many different directions you can take things and options that exist. And, you know, you're constantly battling yourself being like, oh, I really want to do this, but what's the better idea? What are people asking for? What aren't people asking for? It's a tough little gambit. It's a great problem to have when you're interested in trains. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Grab irons. Lots of grab irons on a Victoria Railways J-Class. Ooh. It's a bigger grab iron. I don't think I nested that. To add that in manually. That's why we do the test builds before we throw these into production. If I were to paint a kit, would you recommend I paint it before or after assembly? A little bit of both worlds. You know what? I've found that my favorite process, and this isn't the same for everybody, but it's the process that I've liked the most, is I'll build like a few steps and then I'll paint. And then I'll build a few more steps and then paint. And I feel like that is just, that way you're making sure that like everything works, everything's like put together properly. Because if you accidentally paint bearings and things bind together, it can get a little sticky. So I need to cut 2 handrails real quick. So I need 2 big handrails. Okay, and we're back. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Bear with me for 2 seconds, guys. Needed some more parts. There we go. start adding on some more little detail bits. We're coming up on the end of the tender, guys, which is exciting because then we get to get into the fun stuff, which is the main locomotive, which I am very excited to build. I kind of wish that had more rigidity to it, but that's okay. Some little things there. It's one of Australia's other silly gauges. So this is their, like a broad gauge, or Australian broad gauge, I guess. So this is a different gauge than I talk about it at the beginning of the live stream. It's kind of like, we're introducing broad gauge. This is like, it's here. Let's do it. So this way, you know, now we can experiment with other broad gauge locomotives that existed, such as like GWR or like weird American broad gauge stuff that like the Erie ran. You know, there's options out there. I figured, why not? Why not? Iron Duke, exactly. Max knows. We gotta add our little steps. Question, do you still have pictures of Shaq in your bathroom? Of course. He's there to make sure I get back to work and I'm not just slouching around. I do. It is one of my favorite things to do when I get the chance to do it. I really like painting the kits because you don't have to. I think they look great in their raw wood form. I do it because I'm trying to learn how to actually paint models in real life. And, you know, like, I'm also big into Owen30. So I have an Owen30 layout, the Moose Lake in Ontario. And honestly, painting our duck kits has taught me so much about painting finer scale models. And it's so fun. Do you know what I've done to people like you? I'm such a fan of Emperor of the North. I watched it the other day. Friend of the Duck, Glenn Holland, sent me a really fun picture. He had dressed up as Shaq at Age of Steam. And was doing like poses in front of 19, and it was fantastic. Oh, thank you, sir. We're pretty much done with the tender, which is really, really good. Like a couple little things. A couple parts where one part was backwards. You know, that's why we prototype. It's where you find all the problems. You discover what needs to be changed, but no major engineering issues, which is the key. It's what we want. Like I can deal with, you know, oh, we need one more part of this, we need one more part of that. But if it's a major engineering issue and you discover it mid-build, that's a problem, to put it lightly. All right, so we need our coupler cut bar. I might add rivet detail to the inside of the coal bunker because it just seems a little naked. I don't want it to pull your eye too much. It's one of the things that I try to like focus on, especially when designing these kits, is, you know, there's certain details that you have to omit. And part of that is for functionality. And another part of that is just by adding absolutely everything, it can sometimes overcrowd a space and it just gets confusing. Oh yeah, well I'm hoping the SP Daylight comes around too. I am gonna do the locomotive today. So my goal is to, whenever I do these live stream builds, it's kind of like a builder's gauntlet sort of thing. Historically, I've always tried to get everything done in one day. You as a builder should never try to do that. It's a little much, but it gets it done and we have a fun time doing it. All right, guys, we are done with the tender. And there you go. We got a cut bar on there. Yeah, don't try this at home. You can, go for it. A lot of people do. That's pretty cool. Got some hatches, got a little hidey hole so you can hide M&Ms or Skittles in there. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I'm a fan. I don't know, what do you guys think? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Pretty good. I'm happy with it. All right, so let's get a little organized. So now that our tender panels are done, we can get rid of all these extra bits and bobs that are cluttering up my space here. We'll grab these, which are part of the locomotive. In there. We'll put these to the side because you never know when you might need those. Move our glue a little bit. Yeah, but that's looking pretty cool. That's looking pretty cool. Pretty happy with it. Looks like the thing. That's all it has to be. It's gotta look like the thing. All right, so let's put this somewhere in frame so you guys can kind of see it. So I like to show some progress. All right, so first order of business with the locomotive. We need to build out our frames. So let's find our panels with our frame parts. Here we are. Ba-boom. And I love when a locomotive just has, like, the frames are always so satisfying to make because when you first start designing the kit, the frames are really boring, there's not much going on, and you're like, why doesn't this look like the thing yet? Someone asked, what is my favorite beverage? I really like Earl Grey tea. That's my go-to. I do drink a lot of coffee. Coffee's kind of my big thing. I like a root beer. Root beer's good. I remember the gondola full of candy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I like to have a lot of sweets around. Question, have I ever watched Wallace and Gromit? I grew up on Wallace and Gromit. Grew up on it. It's the best. Me and my friends, when we were growing up, this is a fun little story. My friend Chris, we were always like industrious kids. Like our parents always kind of like told us go do stuff. Like don't sit in front of the TV all day. So my friend Chris was trying to build a rocket ship in his basement. So I was always trying to build trains. He was always building rockets. And, you know, it wasn't like a real rocket. It was like, you know, a crawl space underneath a tool, like something that we were working on or something, or like something his dad was making. But to us, at the time, it was a rocket ship. It had like all sorts of levers and things to pull on, and it was fun, you know, it was one of those really fun little memorable things. But it was all inspired by Wallace and Gromit. Great day out. Speaking of gondola full of candy, that reminds me of the Marshall Publishing and James Coffey. Anyone else remember growing up? Oh yeah, that's some nostalgia. Alright, I'm going to have to try to remember where everything goes. And it might take me a second to remember everything. So bear with me. It shouldn't be too complicated, which is what I say every single time I start anything. This shouldn't be too complicated. Trying to remember exactly what I did. Because you kind of build the frame first and then you apply all the axles and wheels. Will you make a cog railroad diesel? Probably not. I just don't think it's that interesting. I would rather do like old pepper sass, or like the Pikes Peak or the or Snowden, or like one of the ridgy ones. If you were to make more Victorian Railway locomotives, what would they be? Ooh, good question. Well, fun fact, we have a Victorian Railways diesel planned, and that is already in production. So we do have something going into production that is another Australian locomotive, which is actually coming up right after this is done. So once this is done, that goes into full steam ahead. And that is an EMD-Y class. So that should be interesting. Okay, so I think let's see here. So these I know go like this. This I know goes here. Yes? Yes. So this is an instance where dry fitting's kind of like a fun thing to do. Kind of helps you figure out what your game plan is, what your strategy is going to be for assembly. Now that this goes here. Nope, does not go here. It goes like that. This is on the rear end. This is even further rear. This is the leading, this is the tail. Right? Right. Yeah. Why are you fighting me? There you go. Okay. And this goes like this. And this goes like this. I think that makes sense to me. I always have to ask myself, what would Tripp do? If he was designing this, what would Tripp do? What would this be? Because I know that these go here. And I think this is the hanger for the valve gear mechanism. That's the rear one. This one goes towards the rear end. So this one goes here. Goes like that. So to give you an idea of our frame, this is what it's going to look like at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do while everything is dry fit in place, I'm just going to start gluing things together, kind of working my way back along the model. It keeps things kind of square and set up properly. Will you make Southern Railway 4501? I think at some point, yeah. That's a popular locomotive. One that I really want to do, just because it has more application, is actually just a USRA Pacific. Because I love the Southern's USRA Pacifics with like the big Alesco feed water heater on the front and that sort of thing. I do have one valve gear model. It's the Danbury Railway exclusive model. So we don't sell it through our store anymore. We did for a little bit because we kind of stockpiled a bunch of them and we were just trying to get rid of them. And to be honest, they didn't really sell that well. Danbury Railway's got a bunch of them though. So if you reach out to them, they would definitely sell you one. But we have a Stevenson valve gear model. The problem is like with the material, it would be so much easier if everything was made out of metal. The material limits what you can get away with in a space. So even with Stevenson valve gear, it's really tricky to try to cram all that motion into a small space and still have it be functional. That's the only downside that I've found with it. It was tricky to design it because you're constantly battling yourself being like, does this look good or does it look kind of stupid? And it looks like the Stevenson valve gear turned out great. I think it's an awesome model. It's super fun to build. It's a little quirky. You do have to do a little troubleshooting to get everything to work perfectly, but once you get it dialed in, it's so satisfying. Now this locomotive has substantial air reservoir tanks between the frames. And of course, in Arduk fashion, we modeled it. So let's pop those into place. I think it's 5 per side if I remember it correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, three, 4. Perfect. So let's glue this guy in to its home. You want a Alesco feed water here, 462? You should do Canadian Pacific. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a sucker for an Alesco feed water heater. Can you make ATSF 1010? Maybe one day. Would you do VRNA class 262T narrow gauge locomotive? Down the road, sure. I mean, the thing is it all boils down to, especially with the Australian products, it all boils down to what the Yara Valley Railway chooses to do, because they're kind of the gas in the engine for all of this stuff. I built a Lego Stevenson valve gear. Oh, cool, dude. That's awesome. Shoot me a photo of that, because I honestly would love to see that. Yeah, if you guys ever like have stuff you want to share, like send it my way. I love seeing stuff that people build. And if you ever want your models featured on either YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or anything like that, just shoot me photos of your work. I love to share little success stories. So if you're gonna do Stevenson valve gear, can you do Marshall valve gear? We could do pretty much any valve gear. Again, it just boils down to, you know, finding the time to do it. Like if there's a museum or a group that's actively open to exploring it, it's not my favorite thing to design. They're just like, you know, again, it boils down to like the medium is really restricting in what you can get away with space-wise. So it's always kind of you're kind of fighting it. Ooh. Oh, you should. The Fletcher Jennings kits are fantastic, and it's great for anyone who's like just starting out and wants to kind of cut their teeth on something really manageable. I love the Fletcher Jennings kits. They were really fun to design. And they're just cute. I love the Talith ones so much. I want to go to Wales, check it out. So what I'm doing basically, instead of forcing the piece in to the space, because it's a little tight, we're just sanding off a little bit of the surface just to see if that helps get that in, because you never want to have to totally force something in. Just pop in nicely. There we go. So our frame is coming together and everything's nice and square because we design it to have support on multiple things. I have another question. Can Arduck builder's plates be relettered to another builder like Baldwin? I don't like to. And part of it is, you know, it's the brand. It's kind of like our own last little marking to identify it as an Arduck product. The J3A does come with like a very, very abstract Alco plate, just in case. But most of the time, all of our stuff has an Arduck builder's plate, just because it's our one last defining, hey, this is an Arduck product, builder's plate. And we kind of like it that way. But it's a good question. It's not a bad question. Because you can customize everything else. You know, we like for people to customize their kits. You know, you can personalize with names and numbers, get creative with it. You know, nothing stopping you from doing that. Okay, that looks cool. I am into that. Let's see. What we got here? So this one I know goes on the bottom. And this one I think goes on the top. No? What did we do here? This one goes on the bottom. This one goes on the top. That. I want to say that this goes here. I have a feeling that this goes on the front. I want to say that this part goes here, but I'm going to have to double check. Because this does seem like something I would do. And then you do that. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Come on. Question. Oh, I lost it. Someone just asked a question and I forgot to look up. I would like to ask, what's that guitar thingy in the background? It has no strings. That's just a project. Somebody was throwing it out, and it's just an arch top that somebody, you know, I think it's from the 60s. It's not anything fancy. I play guitar. I've got guitars all over the place. It's how I pass time. If I'm waiting for machines to cut things out and I need to not look at a computer screen, I'll play guitar. And I snagged that because I saw it and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. It'd be neat to, you know, fix it up and bring it back to life. And that's kind of something I need to work on. It does need a lot of work. And it's almost more work than I kind of want to take on right now. So, like some things in the shop, it's in the one day pile. We will tackle it one day. need to use the restroom real quick. Okay, and we're back. Let's see. I would like to ask, let's see, thoughts on either New Haven or B&M McGinnis. I think it looks better on New Haven. Can you make a video on the ATSF 2926? I intend to. I do have to rebuild my 2-inch gauge version, but I have the super scale version. I just want to pad out the YouTube channel with a few more models first, because what I'm doing is I'm building out a new website, and part of the new website, every single product that's on there. Jason Willett, hey, how are you? Part of the process for the new website is every single product will have the product overview video attached to it, right? So when people are new to our duck, they can go through and kind of, recognize everything and get to know the ins and outs of every single product that we sell. So that's kind of taking priority now, is to get all the 2-inch gauge stuff and the smaller models like this tackled. And then we will come at it with the super scale stuff. But I love the super scale 2926. It's just such a huge model. It's awesome. Super scale is so cool. It sucks that it's expensive. Like, it does kind of bum me out that it has to be so pricey. I'm trying to get like a better deal on shipping with FedEx right now. So we're probably gonna be moving away from USPS and moving more towards FedEx. And if we can get a better deal with them, like, I might be able to bring the price down on the 2926 kit and the J3A, just to make it a little bit more feasible. Because my goal with all these things is not to make it so it's out of reach for the average person. Like, I want it to be something that, I'm literally trying to create a product that I wish existed when I was 14, 15, 16 years old. So when you think about that, you have to think about, okay, well, how much money did I have kicking around, and what were my parents willing to spend on me at that time? And it's like, you're restricted. So the goal is always, it's not to price gouge. I've never wanted to price gouge. The goal is always to create a product that is affordable, attainable, and if it is expensive, make it worthwhile. Like, create extra value. And a big part of that with me is, like, I love customer service. Customer service is like my favorite part of the retail experience. It's like, how can you make how can you make someone's journey with the product memorable, right? And there's certain things that cost money, the product, that sort of thing. but being approachable and giving good customer service is free. That's free. Being helpful, providing troubleshooting tips if, there's, if somebody's having trouble with a build, help them out. There's certain things you can do. Ooh, yeah. Well, USRA designs are always high priority because they're applicable across a wide variety of things. Here's a question. If you are up for a challenge, you could do Dominion Steel Company 151. It's on display outside the Nova Scotia Museum of Industry. I'm not familiar with that one. I gotta check that one out. It's one that I don't know. I seldom come across locomotives I'm not familiar with. So thank you for sharing that with me. All right, so now we've got this structure on the front end of our frame here to build out. Can't tell if that's a single or a double. I think that needs to be a double. Hey Trip, do you want me to send you the valve gear on Instagram? If you can send it to me on Instagram, that would be great. I think we may need to redo that. Let's see. Is that gonna go in on good terms? Yep. Nice. Yeah, this thing has like a really cool curved front end. Yeah, that looks awesome. There we go. Our frame is Our frame is coming together. That was close. We almost lost the tender. The tender almost went head over heels. You don't need coffee when you have little whoops moments like that. Perfect. Yeah, I try to do kind of like a calm stream. Like we've got light jazz playing in the background. It's nice, you know? I feel like if we were blasting Greta Van Fleet, we'd all have headaches by the end of this. Or Motley Crue. Because at the end of the day, the build experience should be nothing but relaxing. Let's see. Oh yeah, me too. This is the most satisfying part of the entire design process. Like building out the, basically when you build out the prototype, because you're so used to looking at it in its digital form, you forget, you know, hey, this is actually going to be a tangible object that you can hold in your hand. So because this is a little bit more fragile, I'm just going to use a razor and basically just pop all the little connections. And you can do this with everything. You know, it's just kind of like a insurance thing so you don't accidentally break something. I'm excited to build the pilot. The pilot on this is really cool. It's got like a really neat industrial look to it. And that was, I think I did like 6 different iterations of that design and it was really fun. Question, does this thing have external valve gear or internal? External, it has wall shirts. Or Baker. It's either wall shirts or Baker. I have a hard time sometimes discerning between the two. I'm sure someone knows in the comment section. If you know which one it is, let me know. But I want to say it's wall shirts. Behave yourself. There we go. Got our bottom brake line in there. Do kits like this require a lot of glue? The thing is, with these kits, you don't really want to use a ton of glue. You're only using a little bit to connect parts together. You know, tacky glue is the sort of thing where, you know, a little bit goes a long way. And honestly, the less you use, the better the outcome. So like I've had this bottle now for a little over 1.5 years, and I've built 10 different models with it, 12 different models with it. So you don't really use a lot of glue, and you should try not to use a lot of glue is what I should say. You know, you always kind of want to make it a goal where you're only using really the amount that you really desperately need. Like you're only doing a tiny bit, right? So even this is too much. So we remove excess. And obviously don't wipe it on your table. I can because this is my desk from when I was growing up. And it's the desk that I've built countless models on over the years. Like I can look at some of the paint that's on here and be like, oh, that's when I painted, you know, a Martin bomber, or like, you know, a little plastic airplane model when I was like 14, which is kind of fun. Kind of adds to the charm. I know exactly what I need right now. And we gotta find it. There you are. Also, question, do you use the flexible accordion wood pieces? No, I don't do it. So when I was first researching, like, okay, how do you design these kits? What are other people doing? And I experimented around with the accordion system, and I really disliked it because the first time I tried to use it, I broke it. And, you know, I'm sure there's a process for it, but we don't do that. We don't do that. We do just like a layered boiler effect, and it looks really good. And it's, you know, yeah, we could do the accordion style. It's not hard to design, but I don't know. It's like, I'd rather a model be a forgiving, relaxing experience over, you know, a crazy amount of prototypical accuracy, even though like most of the models that I've seen on the market aren't super prototypically accurate. But you didn't hear that from me. Ooh, you know what? I think I jumped the gun. On that part. We may need to be able to get into here, if I remember it correctly, because I don't think this can attach from the bottom. It might be able to attach from the bottom, which would be cool. Which would be cool. I think we're gonna find that out. What's your smallest loco? The smallest kit that we have, I think, is the speeder. That's the smallest, like, vehicle that we sell. The smallest locomotive, I think it's the Avonside Docksider or the Contractor Porter. You would have to get a license for this, but a Polar Express model, yeah, we're not doing the Polar Express. We'll do the Pierre Marquette, you know, Berkshire, but we're not gonna do the Polar Express. I'm not dancing with those guys. True, but the Polar Express has a weird sunken headlight, but you can make it yourself. Remember, the material is wood. If you ever wanted to make, you know, a really simple, you know, if you wanted to make a faithful representation of it, you totally could do it with minimal power tools. You know, maybe a drill, a knife, maybe some sandpaper. There we go, we're coming along here. Selkirk is interesting. I really like the Selkirks. Or when do you do Berkshire? Could you have two separate smoke box stores that are interchangeable? Technically, no. Technically, no. Because if you're doing a likeness, that can get you into trouble. Again, you know, the materials, it's wood. It's super easy to make little changes. So if you wanted to, you totally could do it. But we probably won't do it. Yeah, so on the J3A kit, you have interchangeable, or they're not interchangeable. I shouldn't say that. You have options for drivers. So you can do either skull and disc or box pock. Ooh. Starting to look like the thing. Oh, isn't that a sweet product? Yeah, the unstreamlined, you know, I love the J3A locomotive. It's just, I love the proportions. It's really cool. And the J3A is like, you know, they had figured out all the problems with the earlier J locomotives, and the J3As were really where things kind of entered their stride. And also the booster engine on the trailing truck underneath the underneath the firebox, just too good. Like that alone is such a satisfying little build. And that only was possible because we figured out how to do really small valve gear on the cog railway kit. No, I think it looks good. I think the discs look awesome on the non-streamlined version. Like, I really do. Franklin booster truck. I gotta look that up. There was a streamlined version with box pock. Yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, I think I can add the pins on the bottom. I think that was actually the original design, was to do that too, so that actually works out for me big time. So let's add our coupler to the front. Oh, Big Cheddar? Big Cheddar's doing great. I moved him away from the shelf, so I took him off like the main display shelf and moved him over to like kind of the intro glass thing. I'm still trying to figure out what to do in that thing because I have the super scale 1873 in there, but it doesn't look super good in there. I want to give it a better place to live, but we'll figure out something. I kind of want to fill it with railroad antiques, but that requires going out and getting railroad antiques and finding all that stuff. Okay. Let's make sure we don't do this upside down because we've done that before. Oh, did we? No. Yeah, we did it right. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Nice. Gives you a little play there. I was thinking about getting the rolling but I didn't because I don't know. That'll happen. It'll be waiting for you. Have you seen the Bell's Gap? I sure have. I was actually, so I grew up, you know, really liking the Martha's Vineyard Railroad, and like doing little deep dives history-wise into that. So I think instead of doing the Bell's Gap locomotive, I'm gonna do the Martha's Vineyard one because I do want to try to get a museum or a retailer out there. I need to start kind of focusing on, you know, where are people buying gifts? Although it's a very seasonal market, my whole existence right now is very, like, the train industry is insanely seasonal. And if I have a steady stream of stuff coming in for the winter, or for the summer, then we'll be in good shape. Amtrak. Oh yeah, have a great night, and thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We'll catch you on the next one. All right, guys, I think it's time to do... actually, you know what? I kind of want to do the lead pony truck first, and then we'll dive into the rest. We'll get everything else going. So let's do that. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Okay, so this is where we're at with our chassis. We've got our brakes, we've got our front end looking pretty good. I'm liking this so far. It's got a good level of like robustness to it, which I really dig. Let's put that there. Well, the Hudson's kind of the, that's our flagship model right now. That and the 2900 class. The 2900 class is really cool, but I think the Hudson just has like that extra level of panache. It's got class. So this is kind of an interesting little assembly. I think what I want to do is just let this chill for a second. Because you're really limited on what you can put in there in terms of space. We're gonna let that sit. And while that sits, we'll get this going. So we're located in New Hampshire. We're in Rollinsford, New Hampshire. I kind of keep it a little on the down low, mainly for security reasons. The building that we're in currently has new management and they're adding more security to the building. But until they do that, I just don't want to give away where our exact location is because we have a lot of equipment in here. But we're in the town of Rollinsford, New Hampshire. And if you ever want to visit the shop, just let me know. We have visitors all the time. All you have to do is just shoot me an email and then we open things up for you. What did I do with my sandpaper? There we go. Oh, there's that part I was looking for earlier. Aw, you should be. You're gonna have a blast. And like I said, if you run into any issues or you need help, just reach out. I'm always available. Nice. It's a great thing about tacky glue. It sets so quickly. Actually, before we do that, let's just tidy this up a little bit. Anytime you're gluing around your bearings, just be very cautious with not getting glue on the surface of the actual bearing itself. It'll make life tricky for about 5 minutes. Dude, I'm glad you're so relaxed. That's the key. Like, that's what this hobby's all about, man. Just chilling out. Chilling out at the shop. It's like being at the dentist office. Oh, there you go. That's gotta be really cool. That sit for a second. I'm gonna spin it real quick, make sure nothing's too out of alignment. Oh, that's pretty good. We'll tack this into place. Perfect. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, I'd also love to see a picture of that. Let's see. So that looks pretty good to me. And it's free floating, which I like. Like, in the past, I used to try to make it so it had a little bit more support, but honestly, it just operates so much better when you kind of have it hanging a little more loose, because the bulk of the weight is on the drivers. It's not really on the pilot truck. Okay, so now we're going to do the fun part, the drivers. This is something that I've been excited to see. This thing's gonna start looking like a locomotive. So first I'm gonna build out our axles. And then what we'll do is we'll assemble the wheels on there. Do you guys hear the piano music in the background? Is that something you hear? I don't know if the microphone on this camera really picks it up. That's one thing that I've been told I need to get is a lapel mic. Yeah, you guys are in on the ground floor of this YouTube channel. We're 2 weeks old. No, it's been like a week. I think it's only been a week. I think I kind of put it together 2 weeks ago, but I really only started really focusing on it like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, ground floor. You guys are gonna become lifers. It's so funny because, you know, I spent 4.5 years doing the Instagram and Facebook campaign, or mostly the Instagram. I was primarily just doing Instagram. And then I only recently started doing a little bit more activity on Facebook. And that's always a good thing, as much as I hate Facebook. But I feel like moving over to YouTube is long overdue. You know, like the number of people that would tune in for the Instagram live streams was minimal. Because it's like you're holding your phone and it kind of sucks. Where this, I feel like it's more designed for it. When I first started the company, I had a Discord channel. And we were doing the live streams on Discord, which was pretty good. But back then, I think I had like 100 followers for the first year. Oh, well, thank you so much for your support. Oh, there we go. You have a freight train. Thank you, Colin. Colin, did you text me earlier saying why am I not looking at the camera? It's because the camera's in a different position than the text thread. So the text thread's like down here, so I'm like staring down there. Oh. I thought for a second There we go. GG TV fan, right on. Been buying an R-Duck locomotive every year for 3 years. Now I have a Danforth, a Cook, a 424, a Montezuma. Dude, thank you so much for your support. Like, that's huge. Like, it's that sort of like support that keeps this growing and keeps the momentum up. You know, that's massive. And I'm thrilled that you're enjoying the kits. Thrilled. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, that's the cool thing about these build nights. So when I do like a build gauntlet like this, it's literally just hang out with a bunch of dudes, free form, no rules, kind of, like no politics, nothing like that. Just talk about train stuff. Maybe learn something new. And I never expect people to stick around for the whole thing. Stuck YouTube doesn't use display names for chat. I know who you are. I know who you are based off of what you told me you purchased. Roughly, I think. Because there's a few people who have done all those. Yeah, no, well, you can curse a little bit if you want. This isn't the kids-friendly channel, you know? I try not to swear. Sometimes it comes out, because I swear like a sailor sometimes. But I've been working on it. I've been working on my language. No names, no politics, just keep it trains. And if you guys ever have ideas for like how we can improve this, just let me know. Because I'm always looking for, you know, fresh ideas and, you know, recommending models is always good because I do take all of that into account big time. Hey Trip, have you guys ever thought of making a tram trolley streetcar? Absolutely. So, one thing, like, we're really close to the Seashore Trolley Museum, and it's one of the largest, I think it's the largest, or it's one of the largest trolley museums in the world. And one thing that I really want to do, because I really like them. I like going up there. It's just a really cool place to visit. They have so much stuff. I would like to do some trolley cars. And my thought was I'm going to cut my teeth into it, or like kind of get a footing into the world of trolleys and trams. Actually, I was corrected last time I went because I did say tram. I was like, this place is tramtastic. And one of the coordinators looked at me and was like, "They're trolleys." And I was like, all right, Jackson, I'm sorry. But yeah, so I do want to do trolleys at some point because I think it's such an important part of rail history. Such an important part of rail history. I apologize if I'm sniffy. Like, I'm getting over a cold, so I'm just always kind of like dealing with that. So now we're gonna start putting our axles into place, and then once these are in, we will start building out the wheel sets. Give this thing some legs. And then after that, we get to do valve gear, which is really fun. It's so cool that you pack that much detail into a single locomotive, like the E2 tank engine with the Oh yeah, and that's, like the E2 tank engine, that's light detailing compared to some of the bigger products, right? So, like the A3 Doncaster has the cylinder, the third cylinder represented. Actually, the one that really we took maybe too far is actually the City class. The City class has both Stevenson and the third gear, or the center cylinder modeled. That thing is packed. And the only reason we could do that is because it's an outside frame locomotive. It's really, that one turned out really cool. It's a project, it's a challenging build. It's got some weird little bits to it, but I think it's really pretty. It's one of the models that I really want in super scale for my apartment. And I want to paint it and add lights. There's a lot of things I want to do with that. What is your thoughts on mining equipment, mine carts, and the engines that pull them? I did just watch that Century of Steam video last night, and I was thinking that exact same thing. I don't know if I can... I do like it, but again, it's just such a niche thing. I think the minecart idea is really strong. I've toyed with it in the past. I like the idea of a minecart because there's plenty of places in America where I could sell minecart kits. Whether that's, you know, I originally actually designed one for the Sarah Gordo group, just to like try to pitch it. And that was really early on, and the model wasn't that good. Like, I feel like if I went back and I did it now, I could do a much better job. So I'd like to revisit that at some point. All right, time to add our wheels. Now, originally the idea for these wheels, especially the outer layer, they were going to be a little bit more detailed. Like, I ended up only being able to engrave, I'll show you guys real quick. So the drivers on the J-Class have like, it's really hard for me to hold that steady, have kind of like an indentation to them. And originally, I was just going to have those be cut all the way through, but it was a little too flimsy. So one of the test pieces that I cut, you could literally bend it like that and it just snapped. And I didn't like that because your drivers are going to be taking the bulk of all the abuse. And then what really the final nail in the coffin was I was trying to cut the full set and it caught fire. And I was like, nope, not doing that. No fire risks. Let's keep it simple. Because fires are just, will abruptly change the, you know, the trajectory of your day. Steam donkey, yes, absolutely. I really love the idea of a steam donkey. I think once we start doing things like, you know, like steam shovels and steam tractors and just like various equipment, that's when you're going to start seeing things like steam donkeys. You might see a World War I tank come to life, because I also really like tanks. So I kind of want to do something with that. The world's our oyster, guys. There's a lot of different things we can do. A lot of different things we can do. And I am so thrilled to have each and every one of you along for that ride. Okay, so we got that in there. So if we're on the subject of California tourist railroads, it might be just me, but if you notice the amount of narrow gauge railroads specifically counted, is countless. Oh yeah, tons. We need some examples like Poway Midland Railway, Ghost Town of Calico. I've looked into that. Disneyland Railroad, a little tough to do. Roaring Camp and Big Trees, maybe. Again, it all boils down to if I can get, like, if I can create some form of collaboration with these groups, that would be huge. I would love to do something with Disney. Like if I can get Disney to buckle up for a ride, you know, like let's do it. But again, it just boils down to, you know, are the people that go to Disney World where, you know, is that going to move product? Are the people in Disney World actually going to buy product? And I think maybe if there was like, and I thought about this a lot, and I honestly think the only thing that would probably sell well is if I did a big Thunder Mountain minecart kit. That's about it. I don't think the locomotives would necessarily sell well because they're just super niche. But the big Thunder Mountain absolutely could, and that's something that I've thought about a lot. And I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong, but they tend to like more like Chinese made stuff. The one place that I would prefer to work with would actually be Knott's Berry Farm. I think Knott's Berry Farm is an excellent example of a theme park, or, you know, even Dollywood. You know, Dollywood would be great. I know that they sell, because I do my research, they sell a wooden model of one of the locomotives. Can I do it better? Oh yeah. Are we going to do it better? You betcha. Because the one that they have is, it looks like a locomotive. It looks kind of like it. Certainly inspired by it. Not discrediting that designer. I just get kind of, you know, competitive. And I like to see opportunity. The Shea locomotive is, everything's possible. It just takes a bit of research time. Like, I've kind of experimented around with some different concepts, and it's not impossible. I know for a fact it can't be impossible. Like, there has to be somewhere. There has to be some way to do it, right? And I think I'm just getting in my head with it, because every time I enter it, I'm entering the design problem from the same direction. And what I need to do is change my approach and think about it a little bit more abstractly. Like, what I need to do is I need to go somewhere that has a Shea locomotive and literally just stare at it. Because I find that if I stare at a problem long enough, it tends to solve itself, weirdly. I wish that was true with my car, but you know, I find like that helps tremendously, is, you know, going places and staring at the actual piece of equipment. That's why museums are so great, because let's say you're trying to design something, or you're trying to design a model, and it's like, I can't figure out how to do this one thing. Sometimes just seeing it work solves that problem. Dollywood converted their locomotives to oil burning. Yeah, I'm actually pumped about that. I know some people kind of fight it, but at the same time, it's like, hey, we still have steam. Embrace it. I'll take an oil burning locomotive over a diesel any day. Even though I do like diesel locomotives, I really do. But there's something about a steam locomotive. So right now what I'm doing is I'm adding in my pins And the pins are what attach to the main drive rod. And then what we'll do is we'll put our wheel cap on afterward. And that kind of locks everything into place. Yeah, this is looking awesome. Comes that freight train calling. I know, there's something about coal burning locomotives. It's the smell, it attacks every single sense, right? There we go. We got one side of drivers on. Time to do the other. Yeah, steam locomotives, unparalleled. Like the smell, it adds to the experience, because you know, if you're going somewhere and you get covered in ash, like that's just awesome. Like I love that stuff. I've been at Wiscasset during the summer and ridden right behind the locomotive, and you get covered in ash and it's awesome. It's the best. And it's so fun to watch people just get so uncomfortable about it. And they're like, oh, I'm covered in dirt and stuff. Oh, no, that's Amtrak. So they're gonna go down to Dover. Dover's got a small little yard there. I bet the freight train's in Dover and he's gonna come by right after. And it's probably a big multi-unit CSX train because they be doing that. Let's see. Yeah, but coal burning steam is just it's the best. Not only theme park railroad in North America that uses coal burning steam line, Cedar Point and Lake Erie. Huh. They have the eccentric rod, the main piston rod off on both sides, and they're repairing brakes. Yes, LO80 is in Dover. That's what I thought. See? I knew LO80 was in Dover. That's 2 cars I added to the train last night. What's in them, Colin? What are in those cars? What's on the manifest? The people want to know. So everybody, Colin is our railroad employee pal who lives up the street, and he has like the coolest coolest basement on the planet and the coolest backyard on the planet. His house is literally a train station. Maya Junction. Okay, so when you do your wheels, right? I've had a few people reach out about this recently. How do you quarter your wheels? Well, you basically, I put one side in the 12 o'clock, excuse me, been talking too long. 12 o'clock position, and then the other side I just do 90 degrees off center. Usually I face them forward. I know that there's a specific way of doing it, but I never really figured out which one that is. So you do it, and you have a 50% chance of having it right. Bada bing, bada boom. Nope, not that one. Hey Marcelli! Someone mentioned us doing Reuben Wells, and I'd genuinely be down to do it because I used to visit that a fair bit as a kid. Maybe one day. Is that the, what one is that, Marcelli? Is that So because it's very niche, I would love to do it. But I'd like to talk to, if that's Cedar Point, I want to talk to Cedar Point first before we make any moves in that direction, because that can get really messy really quick. So before we do anything, just communicate with me, buddy. It's one at the Indianapolis Children's Museum. Oh, is that the one with like the crazy amount of tractive effort with like the tanks off the side and it has like 10 driving wheels? Is that the one? Because if we can get that museum on deck, okay, yeah, if we can get that museum on deck, that could be good. That could be good. The great thing about museums is like, I really like supporting them. But it is tricky because sometimes you need to get certain permissions and whatnot. Most of the time you just get a green light and they say, do whatever you want. And it's awesome. Let's just double check to make sure everything looks good. Make sure our pins are nice and straight. Make sure everybody is lined up. There we go. We got our drivers on. That looks pretty sweet. That looks pretty sweet. Oh, she's clunky right now. So until we get some WD-40 on there, that's going to be really kind of meh. Alright, so we're going to let that dry real quick, guys. And while that dries... While that dries, I'm just gonna grab a snack. We're just gonna keep this thing rolling, but I just need to snack on something. Trail mix. Oh, right in the glue. Smooth. A little bit of trail mix. Really want a Dean Goods next. Hey Trip, where would you suggest applying WD-40 on my Portland Forney kit? Let me grab one. Let me grab my Forney. I'll show you. So, this one's really easy to lubricate, bud. And I think you'll have good success with this, right? So, when you're done putting your thing together, or you're done with your driving gear, I like to squirt it like right in here, like where the frame meets the bearing, and then do it to the other side. And you're just doing a tiny little bit at a time. there's plenty of access spots where you can do it. I also like to spray a little bit into the cylinder. I put a little bit on the crosshead and the slide bar. And then I always put a little bit on the driving gear too. I just, you know, same deal with the rear truck. Just put it on the bearings and you'll have, you know, a crazy smooth rolling chooch. Here it comes. There you go, Colin.
You guys want to see the train?
There it goes. I got really into rolling stock. Like, at first I wasn't like, oh, rolling stock's boring, but nowadays, because the locomotives are so much the same, rolling stock continues to be that same thing where you can see some vintage stuff. Those fun things on there. Cool. Let's eat some trail mix. Let's see, there we go. Let's see here. There we are. Didn't know the American Railways still existed. I wonder if there's a way to put motors in the locomotives and have them run. There absolutely is, and quite a few people have done it, which is really cool to see. That gun and tank on the rear cars I brought from Nashua to Lawrence. There you go, bud. Oh yeah, I love trail mixers the best. Let me grab some water real quick. You can do shorts. You can do live shorts. Speaking of rolling stock, any ideas for making a tank or any other sort of freight cars? Absolutely. Is there a kit that to modify them to have motors in them, or do people just modify them anyway? Yeah, pretty much. The kits really are designed with, if somebody wanted to motorize it, I've given you ample room, but you know, you do kind of have to do it yourself. You will have to figure it out. And my main reason for that is that, you know, if I were to do motors, if I were to do all these different things, it again increases the price and it moves the product away from what I initially thought of it to be, which is an engineering study model. Now, one thing that I've thought a lot about is actually making a rolling road kit. A rolling road kit would be like, you know, you get a section of track and there would be a motor and two, like essentially like bearings or barrels. And the driver or the center driver sits on that barrel, and as that moves, it turns the valve gear. And I think that is actually more of a universal thing where you can literally take any locomotive that you have built, put it on the rolling road, and you can watch it do its thing. I think that's the direction I'm going to go, right? I think that's a cool idea. Originally, when I was kind of thinking out, like, if I was going to do like a hyper detailed, like blurring the line between live steam and model trains, the idea was, you know, you would have cab controls and you would literally plug your locomotive into the rolling road and you would be able to move things about. I kind of liked that idea, but I think having a rolling road with a little built-in motor and controller into the rolling road is really the best plan. I think you should make the Duchess of Hamilton. I've scratch built that train many times with soda cans. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that one out. Is that trail mix? Can I have some, please? No, this trail mix is mine. You asked where to lubricate the contractor? Let me grab it real quick. Okay. This one's a little bit more complicated than the Portland, Maine. So you're in for an adventure. Because the contractor also has Stevenson valve gear between the frames, right? I think this one's pretty free rolling, yeah. So my only gripe with this kit, the small wheels make it so it doesn't roll super well. It tends to fight you a little bit. But you'll see when you build it, the Stevenson valve gear actually has little oil spots or little oil holes. And you just put a little dab of WD-40 into those holes and it drains through and it'll actually lubricate this entire mechanism and the bearing against this frame. You'll want to lubricate your cylinders, your crosshead, anywhere where there's movement, really. You'll have fun with it. Ah, New Haven Foamer, I pulled that out for you, buddy. You missed the whole entire thing. I did that just for you. So on the Portland, you're fine. I'm only being a weenie. So on the Portland, right, man? You've got bearings into your frames. Just shoot a little WD-40 right on those bearings. You'll be good as gold. Put a tiny little bit on your crosshead. Maybe a little bit on the cylinder. Do your rear trucks. You just basically spray a little bit into the journal box. And you'll be on your way. Super easy. Let's get this out of here. All right, a little bit more trail mix and then we'll get right back to it. Hey, have a good night, dude. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so I designed these based off of drawings and reference photos and things like that. I'm gonna do a video probably in the next 2 weeks outlining, okay, what's the design process like? How do I do it? And I'll kind of show you guys an in-depth look on what the process for me, what my design process is like. So that way you get like a sense and maybe it'll inspire you and stuff. Oh, there you go. I want to redo that one actually, because I feel like I didn't have the level of gusto with that. Wait till you see the Super Scale Hudson. That thing rocks. The Super Scale Hudson's really cool. All right. Let's get after it. So now we're gonna do our side rods. Not gonna do our valve gear just yet. Maybe we'll put the hangers on. I feel like that can wait. But we'll get our main side rods on and then Trying to think. I think we get the side rods on. Side rods and then boiler. I think that's it. Side rods and boiler. How exciting. Let's see here. Not valve gear time. We're getting close though. Are you gonna do an AC-12? Absolutely, it's one of my favorites. The woodworking you do kind of reminds me how Lego got their start, because they were a wood toy company until they converted. Absolutely, absolutely. I don't plan on moving over to plastics, but who knows? Never know. My whole philosophy with all this is, you know, be flexible, you know. If something's working, continue to do it. If something's not working, change it up. I might beef these up a little bit too. I'm excited to see some side rods on this. So again, we're going to sand our bearings. 3D printing is so sweet though. It's so cool. Yeah, and also like the fact that you're able to perform that and like create something with soda cans, dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. And that is such a cool way of using your brain, right? Because you're using something that's, you know, not train related, it's not specific. So you're creating the form out of a different object. That's way cooler than 3D printing. 3D printing's really neat, but that's really cool. And it's distinctly you, which is important. Where you prefer things, do what you love, kind of. Oh, there you go. Welcome back, Jim. What'd you have for dinner, Jim? Hope you had something good. One side at a time here. Do a little bit of glue. That's awesome. I grew up with a cat and I loved that cat so much. I would love to get a cat again. I do want like a shop cat, but you can't leave a cat here. I'd feel bad about that. But, you know, if I had a cat that I could like bring to work, that'd be awesome. Okay, so we're gonna see how this goes. With this, I don't think I'm gonna have any problems, but you never know. Oh, no, zero issue. Cool. Right on. Thank you, guys. Glad you are cooperating. All right, so we got one side rod on. And then once we get the other one on, this is going to be a little bit more balanced. Can you do a live stream on custom stuff and kit builds? Can you do a train travel kitten for the shop? Yeah, that would be cool. So I don't sell these kits on Amazon, mainly because we don't do drop shipping. We do custom orders essentially. So because I would say probably 95% of all orders that I receive require some form of customization. So essentially someone will place an order and they'll be like, can I have Jim Gam the Train Man on, or Jim Gamble Central or Gamble Central on the long hood of a GP9? We can do that. So because we do that, everything is built to order too. I come from the restaurant industry where I operated restaurants essentially. And that's how I'm running this company, is really like a restaurant. So as an order comes in, we tackle the order, we kick it out the door. Just like you would order a cheeseburger. These are just very expensive cheeseburgers. And they're made out of wood. Please do not eat the kits. Anyways, so that's why we kind of moved away from ever doing Amazon. We sell these on Etsy though, currently. That's going to change relatively soon. But you can find the kits by typing in www.rduck.co, and that'll bring you to our Etsy page. And that's where you can purchase your kits. Let's see. That's kind of a long-winded answer to that question. I'm sorry about that. I have a tendency to ramble. Since it just crossed my mind, what would be your favorite kit that you've designed so far? Ooh, great question. So I'm a New York Central fan. I like New York Central. So the J3A Hudson is easily my favorite product. That locomotive is currently our flagship. It has all the bells and whistles. It has everything. Close runner-up would be the 2926. I think the SD40-2 is really cool, but I also really like my super scale 1893 440. I think it's just charming. It looks really cool. That's one that I really like. I love the 1893. Let's see. I'm just gonna check one thing and then we can move on. Is there anything that if I don't do it now, am I going to regret? Let's see. I don't think so. I think we can party on. Okay, so let's cruise. All right, boys, it's time to do a little boiler work. Let's see. I'm not even lying when I say this, but my cat is literally batting at my head. That's awesome. So we probably won't do it, maybe in the future. I would like to do a blue goose. I think I try to do something at least a little bit different. In the past, like, I feel like I got pigeonholed into 440s. It's my favorite wheel arrangement. So I kind of focused on getting as many 440s out of the gate as possible. And I wanted one from like every era. And I kind of want to do that with everything. So like, you know, a Pacific from every era, an Atlantic from every era, you know, diesels from every era. Just the thing is when you start getting towards more modern equipment, it starts to get kind of shady legally. Like the SD40-2 is like kind of tiptoeing into danger territory. So before we do any more modern stuff, we gotta kind of figure out that stuff. Where is my dubs? All right, so let's go ahead, because right now, as you can see, this is like, there's nothing going on. Those wheels ain't turning. Barely turning. Have you thought of doing incomplete models? What I mean is like if somebody bought a model, took the shell off, and put your woodworking train on as a kit to put it on. No, I haven't thought about that. That's actually pretty interesting. Have you ever heard of New York Central's 6894? It's an old 060. Yes, sir. Once there's more 10-wheelers, my wallet will hate me more. I really want to do an Illinois Central 10-wheeler. I'm not a big 10-wheeler guy. It's not my favorite wheel arrangement. But I do like the Clerestory roof. What's going on here? I like the Clerestory roofs on some of their early ones. I think those look really, really smart. Plus it's Illinois Central, it's Casey Jones. You gotta do it. Perfect. So when you run in your model, essentially all you want to do is just rock it back and forth, nice and gently, and it'll free up with time. Just takes a minute. You kind of want to run in as you build, right? So when you finish something, you know, take some time to play with your model, because if you build the whole thing and then lubricate, sometimes you run into issues where things are binding too much. You know what I think would help boost your business a bit? More Era 1 engines. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. You could do a superset, where it's the main 3 contenders of the Rainhill trials. I really want to do that. So before I started this company, I was using Lego Digital Designer all the time. And I designed a Lego set that was the Rainhill trials. And that was like a fun, creative outlet. I wasn't expecting it to go anywhere. But I do want to do a Rainhill trials set. Of all 3 different locomotives. I think that would be brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, because they're so fascinating. Hey bro, same here. Is RDS 41 or 42 possible? Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Yeah, Stevenson's Rocket is one that I want to do. Sans Perel. If you guys want a really fun deep dive, Anthony Dawson on YouTube, really great. Even on Facebook, like the guy is just a fountain of knowledge. Yeah, Anthony Dawson. Look up Anthony Dawson if you love early steam locomotives. I have one of his books, and it reads just like how he talks, and it's tremendous. I love it so much. I love everything about Anthony Dawson. He's awesome. He's one of my favorite people. So this is becoming nice and smooth. This we didn't even have to play with. That's good to go. So after you use your palm, so I made my track a little too wide, so I gotta probably redesign the track a little bit to make it a little more tight. I gave it too much space, which is something I do sometimes. Ooh. So it's not really staying on, so we'll redesign the track a little bit, bring that in. Ooh. So the more you play with it, the better it gets. So we're just gonna run this back and forth a bit, because I don't want to put any more valve gear on it or any more stuff on it until that's done. Can you show us the city of Truro logo? So I really don't want to divert too far away from this right now. I am gonna do a in-depth video on the city of Truro very soon. Probably in the next like couple of days. Let's put this to the side. I'm probably going to do a city of Truro product overview very soon. So just wait for that to come out. I just want to make sure that we get through this at a reasonable clip. You know what I mean? Like we want to make sure this gets tackled tonight. All right. So now that that's done, and we do have some articulation with our pilot, so that's good. City of Truro is not a streamlined locomotive. It's a very early GWR beast, but it is one of the first locomotives to have been said to go 100 miles an hour, which is cool, which is why we like it. All right, let's move that to the side. It's time to do a little boiler work. So we're gonna need everything for our boilers. So I know I need this panel, I know I need this panel, and then this one, because this is all of our boiler frames. Move that to the side. Imagine if, and I wanted to do this, but I don't have the kind of money to literally make a train made out of soda cans that runs on real tracks. Ooh, interesting. Sorry, man, I just found your live stream. What kit are you working on? We are working on the Victoria Railway J-Class, and this is done in conjunction with the Yara Valley Railway. So this is a kit that's going to be produced by us as well as the Yara Valley Railway, which is pretty exciting. It's the first time we're kind of outsourcing some manufacturing overseas. So the Australian market won't have to pay, you know, $100 for shipping. It's something we're trying out. It's kind of like a beta. We'll see if it works out for everybody. If it works out really well, we're going to do that with Great Britain and everybody else. What does beta mean in business? Something you're trying out. Like it's in beta. It's just a phrase. You know, like when video games are in beta, it literally means it's pre-launch, essentially. It's like the early stages of development, that sort of thing. It's just a phrase. So I'm pretty sure this goes here. This goes here. So we're just gonna do a little dry fit real quick to test it and make sure everything. Actually, I'm pretty confident. I'm feeling confident. Let's see. You're saying beta is like a prototype of anything to give it a try? Pretty much. If you could own any locomotive that is not scrapped, what would it be? Ooh, that is a cool question. Bridgeton and Harrison number 8, probably. I just feel like it's manageable. It's cool. It's a really unique piece of history. It's a unique piece of, you know, fairly local history, which is nice. Actually, you know what? I have an even funnier one. Boston and Maine, number 3666. It is at the bottom of a river. It is not scrapped. There's definitely a lot of bits missing, but that would be cool. That would be a cool one. That's actually a cool question. Really cool question. Hey, welcome back, Sonny. That is a cool question. I've never really thought about that, but that is neat. Where would you run something like that? I have no idea. No clue. Conway Scenic, probably. Ooh, I will. I will be doing a A4. We're going to do an exclusive A4 project for our buddies over at Whistle and Wander magazine. More to come on that later, but that's probably not going to happen this year. Like, as soon as we can do it, we'll do it, but. I want to say this goes here. Boilers are always fun. Like, this is when, especially when you put the front face on a boiler, that's when the thing gets its personality. I love that stage. Now I have to remember what part, yeah, answered my own question. Love it when I do that. That's the best. Oh yeah, the A4s are awesome. It's going really well. So far, there haven't been like any serious design issues, which is really good. Actually, there haven't been really any design issues, more just, you know, little things that need to get added, or maybe, you know, we gotta flip a part around. Just little things like that, which are super easy to fix. So that's really good to see. But, you know, knock on wood, you never know. The night is still young, guys. I do hope to finish this. I will finish this tonight. I'm not that far off. We're making tracks. So we just want to make sure everything is seated properly. So far, everything's going together really, really well. So I have a question. Are non-existing locomotives allowed? So I try not to do anything that didn't exist in real life to some capacity. The only time I've really done something that was outside the realm of reality was with the 1848 American 440. And the main reason for that is I wanted to build an early locomotive that was based off of a Rogers design, but I didn't want it to have the big rounded firebox like it really had. And the reason for that is just ease of building. That kit's kind of designed as an entry-level kit. So that's kind of the idea there. And yeah, the Galaxy one, that is based off of a Union Pacific loco. So it wouldn't be hard for somebody to take that kit and then turn it into something. Actually, I don't want to do this one yet. It wouldn't be hard for somebody to make that adjustment if they wanted to, or to make that kit bash. But again, it gets into the territory of, you know, that's another company's intellectual, backwards. That's another company's intellectual property. And I just don't want to do by it. That looks really cool. Oh yeah. So this kit's going to be about $215 USD. In Australia, I'm not sure what Yara Valley is going to charge for it. I think it should be within the same ballpark. But again, that comes down to their operating costs and everything like that. So the tough thing is that Yara Valley has to import material in different volumes than I do. I have easier access to it. So I don't know what their numbers are necessarily going to be. If I didn't know any better, I would say you have the patience of a saint. Building a kit in one sitting sounds... The thing is I really like it. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, if I didn't like it, I probably wouldn't do it. But I do thoroughly enjoy it. I really do. And for me, this is the fun part. This is the part where I get to see something that I've been staring at for months and finally see it come to life and become a tangible object that I can hold in my hand. And that for me is the most rewarding side of everything. Like, I love this. This is the fun part. This is the thing that I look forward to from the second I open a new design file. This is the cool stuff. I do like the customer service side of things, of course, but from a creative mindset, this is pretty sweet, you know? Let's do this. And of course, being able to share it with you guys Any idea how many of your kits you've physically built over time? That's actually a really cool question. So I have north of 30 something kits. I think I've got like 40 almost now. And each one of those I've had to build at least once. Now I've built demonstrators for multiple museums. So I've probably built close to 100 of my own kits at this point. So will your next kit be a K36? Sadly, no, not quite yet. There's a few more that we have to tackle. One of which is we have another Australian locomotive that the second that this is done, that kit goes into full blast design mode. That goes into full tilt design mode. And I've kind of been peppering away at it. Kind of working on it here and there, like in between times. And then after that, I have another project that really desperately needs to get finished this year, because I've been saying I'll do it every single year, and I never do it. And I feel really bad for dragging people on. It's about high time. It's about high time we finally get it squared away. Earlier, someone asked if we do the accordion system. We don't really do the accordion system with our material. We like to wrap our boilers like that. It's easier. It's just good stuff. Ooh, so Large Lad is going to be the new, it's going to take the spot of the Hudson and in being like the most outrageous product we sell, right? So the Hudson right now has the most details and features. Large Lad is going to be that on steroids. So you're essentially going to end up with, you know, a fully articulating locomotive with a fully detailed cab interior, with 2 different stack options, with, you'll have the option of using smoke deflectors if you want, because thanks to Ed Dickens, those are now canon. Let's see, what else will it have? It'll have an auger in the tender, just like the J3A, because we are doing the coal burning variant, which, you know, it's the way the good Lord intended. Let's see, what else? What else is gonna be in there? Full working valve gear, throttle linkage, shakeable grates. It's gotta have shakeable grates, which are going to be insanely satisfying because the firebox on the 4000 series is immense. It is massive, massive. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. It'll be massive. You know, the normal kit alone is like, I think a little over 4 feet long. Now, double that, and that's what you get for this. Well, no, it's way over 4 feet. I think it's, because the super scale one I think is a 14-foot locomotive. So it's a 7-foot kit from top to bottom. It's just gonna be silly. It's gonna be massive. If I could make any guess on the, yeah, that's the one. New York Central 3001 firebox is big too, but not as big. Yeah, exactly. I do want to make a GG one. So that is high on the list of to-dos. High on the list of to-dos. I just love a GG one. It's a magnificent design. It's got a lot of cool history to it. Raymond Loewy designed all the streamlining for it. Well, actually, I think Raymond Loewy only did the paint job. I'm pretty sure that's all he did. I don't think he did the streamlining either. I think he's the one that kind of said no to the rivets because the earlier versions had rivets. And he came along and was like, get rid of the rivets. We're gonna put pinstripes on that bad boy. And bada bing, bada boom, you now have an icon on wheels. And I'm pretty sure that's how that went. But with more of a French accent, because he was French. For those of you who don't know, Raymond Loewy is an industrial designer, or was an industrial designer. You might be asking, hey Trip, what's an industrial designer? Well, what we're doing right now, this is industrial design. Industrial designers, you know, make the mundane, everyday things seem pretty. So, you know, the folks who designed the shell of this razor blade, those were industrial designers. The guys who came up with this Bakelite telephone, that's industrial design. Everything streamlined, everything trendy shaped. The typewriter in the corner, everything, lamps, that's industrial design. But it can also go to cars. So the people who design cars and things like that, those guys are industrial designers. It's such a broad topic. But that's who Raymond Loewy was, and he was the big name. So if you know like the Shell logo for Shell gasoline, that's Raymond Loewy. Pan American Airlines, Raymond Loewy. There's a bunch of other ones that he did. I'm excited for the valve gear. Oh yeah, the fact that from the cab you can control the valve gear on the lead and rear engine at the same time is gonna blow your mind. I'm excited for the valve gear. On the next live stream, could you let us all get on a room call or Discord? We might do that separately. So that's something that I do want to explore in the future. What I'm kind of doing is I'm trying out different methods of communication, right? And Discord, I think, is a great idea. But we're kind of tiptoeing into this new era for our duck. Oh yeah, the Hudson's. The Hudson's cool. The reverser on the Hudson, I feel like it's a little less dramatic. On the 2926, that's where it really shines. It's such a satisfying, and I hid a lot of the reversing linkage within the firebox. So the magic of how is that controlled is really cool. And also the raising and lowering stack feature on the 2926 is incredible. And that's all because like one guy reached out and was like, are you gonna do this? And I was like, I might do it. He's like, if you don't do it, people are gonna be upset. And I was like, oh, I don't wanna upset anybody. And he literally convinced me right then and there to add that detail. And that's how it happens, guys. Oh yeah. Well, that's the big thing is like, you know, I want it to be, again, I mentioned this earlier, I really want this company to be what I wish existed when I was, you know, in middle school, high school, that sort of thing. Like, because there was no way I was buying like G-scale equipment. I love big models and I love live Steam, but that's just like kind of out of reach for a lot of people. It's like, what's the next best thing? Well, you can do these really, really cool wooden models. And I always loved wooden models. And I just think it translates so well. I always loved building kits. Like by the time I was in high school, I really wasn't playing with Lego anymore. I was building stuff in the barn. There we go. That's how it goes. Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna throw out some engine kits ideas. Oh yeah, those are all good. I have a question. I just heard you said about ATSF Super Scale 2976, and I have one that I said my cat was batting at earlier, but now I just learned a whole bunch on how it works. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot going on with that model. Yeah, it's cool, right? Yeah, whenever I do like a new kit, I always try to add in some interesting detail or something. Something to increase that playability. That play factor is so important. There you go. All right, so let's do our back head. Or part of the back head, at least. I don't want to do the whole thing yet. One day, it'll be waiting for you, buddy. This doesn't have that. I was like, does this have the same throttle as the E2? And it does not. Right, we got the back of our boiler. It's looking pretty cool so far. Yeah, I always try to make it so when you open the firebox doors, you can see into the firebox a little bit. Because for me, that's insanely important. I love the little things that I can nerd out on. Love the little things I can nerd out on. All right, so let's put this to the side for now. We need the sketch. And you. Number 4, number 3, number 2. Number 1, and of course number 1's got a flue sheet. Let's see. Oh, I think that's what we all get entranced by, you know? It's like anything external valve gear is just so fun to look at and study because you can figure out, I think the thing that I like about it is by looking at valve gear and watching it do its thing, just by looking at it, you can learn how it works and you can think like, oh, that's clever how they designed that. That is for me the best. Really tickles the brain. What did we have here? 7. I'm just piling these up in order. 8, 9. Oh, 12, 13, 14, 15. What is this? How much will a K36? Hello, Oliver. I'm literally having the most chilling really. Oh, good, dude. That's the way to do it, man. Like this isn't the exciting of trains or like that advertisement that used to come on late at night that was like, wow, trains. No. This is yard office construction. There's enough crazy stuff going on in the world as it is. Whoop. Let's see. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 14, 15, 16. Cool. That's our stack. Do you have any Lionel trains? I do. When I was a kid, I had a Lionel train table. So my parents were nice enough to provide me with space to build a train set or like a model railroad. And, you know, compared to, I think, what most of you guys do yourselves, it was pretty rudimentary. I had a ping pong table with, you know, a loop of track and kind of had a mountain and a station and, you know, the typical stuff. It was my first go at model railroading, and I loved it. It was the best. But you know, I had a lot of like post-war stuff. I had a really interesting neighbor who one day just dropped off of a box of a bunch of post-war Lionel trains. So I have those all packed away at my parents' house, and I pulled them out before just to like have a look and like kind of reminisce. Because I remember packing them up when I was 13 years old because I was like, you know, becoming a little more interested in girls, and I think my mom wanted, you know, the that part of the house back because I had kind of taken over that room, and I wasn't doing anything with it at the time. But nowadays, my thing that I really got into last year was Owen 30. And I'll do a little video about Owen 30 at some point. I'll show you guys the layout, because it's my little baby. I love it. But it's kind of inspired by Maine 2-footers. I mean, it's obviously not perfect. I say it's very loosely inspired by Maine 2-footers. Is this locomotive more American than British? Otherwise, yeah, honestly, it's so weird because it's such a fun combination of the two. There are a lot of, I'm pretty sure this locomotive was built in Germany. I have to double check that. But I want to say this is a German locomotive exported to Australia. But I could be wrong. I'm sure someone else in there could answer that. You need an advertisement. You truly deserve to become famous. I don't know about that. I'm just trying to have fun playing with wooden trains. Would I love to be famous? Absolutely. Who wouldn't? But we're slowly becoming famous. Keep in mind, like, this company is only like 4 years old. And it's doing really well. It'll come with time, you know? It'll come with time. Slowly chugging along. Ooh, actually, you know what? Since we're here, and that's a thing, that'll help us keep things aligned. So this kit does have removable smoke deflectors. So if you ever wanted to remove the smoke deflectors, you can absolutely do that. So this is pushing out a little bit. So that's where the high grit sandpaper kind of comes in handy, but dude, that would be awesome if you made a Lego building with me in it. I'm all for that. Any way that you want to like express your creativity, whether it's Lego, K'NEX, Playmobil, whatever. I'm all for it, man. All for it. My only thing is like when you finish it, I want to see it. So you can send it to me either on Instagram, if you follow us on Instagram, or follow the company on Instagram, or you can email it to me at rducklocomotiveworks@gmail.com. Let's see here, because we need to add our blast pipe. What loco are you making this time? We are making the Victoria Railways J-Class, which is a 280. I think I need a new piece of paper because I keep stabbing at the wrong glue pile. Yes. Oh. I need to get this together relatively quick. That's kind of a problem. I should change that. Did I do it that way? Let's see. I have a question. Beside the Mount Washington Cog Railway kit, have you ever wondered of doing their number one? Yeah, old pepper sass. So, being in New Hampshire, I want to support our regional railways the best I can. And pepper sass is high on the list of to-dos. I know a lot of people have requested it from Mount Washington. So we'll probably end up doing that. When I build my kit, how do I get to the digital instructions? So we currently have a separate website. It's www.rducklocomotiveworks.com. And when you go to that website, look for the little link in the menu that says Blueprint Vault. And when you click on that, what you're going to get is all of the different instruction manuals. All you have to do is scroll down, look for your corresponding instruction manual, and you're just going to click the image, and then it's going to open a little window. And then when it opens a window, you just click that, and it'll bring you to the instruction manual. And you can look at it on a phone, a tablet, a computer, TV, whatever you want. And if you do have trouble finding it, just let me know. I'll send you a PDF. But you will be able to download it directly from the website. Soon that website, and the Etsy page will be changed drastically. We're entering a new era, and I couldn't be more excited. Of course. And that goes for anybody. If you are interested in kind of previewing how a certain kit goes together, just go onto the website and you can find all the instruction manuals. You can see how other kits go together. There's elevations in there too. So if you ever wanted to if you're gonna paint a model and you want to see maybe I want to figure out how I want to paint it. So do you have one question? Can the parts be since some of the parts can be 3D, can the whistles on the locomotive become 3D? So I tried that with the rolling ingot, and it did work kind of well with the rolling ingot. It looks cool. I might venture more into that in the future. But for now we're sticking with the 2D, because what people have been doing, because if you make them 3D, they just look really big and really chunky. And what I've found is I like to give people the opportunity, if they're building the model, if they want to shave down. Did I only give myself 2 of these? I guess I only gave myself 2. If people want to sand down the whistle to make it round, there's enough material to do it. Let's see. I was looking at the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, let's try. I do with it? What did I do with it? Oh, moved it over here. There we go. Will you ever make some layout that we can build? Probably in the future. Just wondering, what's that beeping? Oh, so those are the laser cutters. When you turn them on, they beep a lot. So like the chillers beep, the machines beep, everything beeps. I'm hoping these Let's Build streams will continue. It absolutely will continue. I've been doing live streams since I started this company. There's never really a ton of participation because it's kind of boring. Like, I think it takes a certain type of person to like this sort of thing. But I think it's a great way to connect with all of you guys and creates a fun thing. We are almost done with this part, which is cool. It's almost time to put the face on this thing, which is exciting. So we got a little bit sticking out there. So we are going to do, is that it? Yeah, that's it. We're gonna have to do a little surgery, but not much. We're just gonna trim off some of the excess material here. Again, prototyping stage. We'll shorten that in post. I'm gonna sand it so it looks pretty. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. How did you come up with the default names for some of the engines, like A1 Terrier being called Widgeon? So a lot of them are bird names or types of ducks. Widgeon is a type of duck. Royal Eider, that's a duck. And I picked Royal Eider because it's the fastest aquatic bird in Great Britain. So like when I do an A4, I've specifically waited to use a specific name for the A4. I want to do it as Merganser because I think Merganser would be great for an A4. Because Mallard, Merganser, you know. What else have I done? Rosen just means rose. I think somebody, when I first started the company, I used to do this thing where it was like, oh, if you name the kit, you know, if you come out with a name for the kit and it sounds good, then I'll give you a free one if you win the thing. Whoever comes up with the coolest name. Then we stopped doing that just because there were like a few people who, you know, came up with the name and then we sent it and then the kit got lost and then we had to send another one and it kind of seemed a little scammy. But we might do that in the future. Hi, welcome. Add a list to the question. Where did you get the name Judith? Judith is my mom's name. Judith is my mom's name. And that was the Christmas present that, you know, she got a product named after her. And the backstory with the CP Huntington kit, you know, the 1863. So where I grew up in Western Mass, there was a park called Look Park. And Look Park had one of those park trains that's based off of the CP Huntington. And I grew up thinking, like when I was a little kid, like a little kid, I thought that was a real locomotive. I thought that was the real thing. I thought it was a real steam engine. And it was extremely magical for me and I loved it. And my mom always went out of her way to take me to the park, not necessarily to ride the train, but at least to look at it and to study it. And I wanted to study that thing and figure out how it worked. I wanted to know what made it tick. And she always did that. And so as a nice little reminder, like as a thank you, I named the kit of that machine's likeness after her. And then my dad, around the same time, you know, it was his Christmas present, he got his kit named after him, and that's the SD40-2, because SD40-2s don't quit. Yeah, look, park. Yeah, so the park had a like a Southern Pacific looking diesel. But yeah, so SD40-2s don't quit. For some reason, my dad doesn't quit. He's my little inspiration. Like that guy is just a machine. And SD40-2s don't quit, so I named the SD40-2 after him, and that's why it's called the Big Frank. Because my real name is technically Frank, but I've never been called that. So there you guys go. There's a fun little tidbit. I'm a Frank, not a Trip. I get Trip because I'm the third Francis in a row. Let's see. Hey Trip, bringing back the debate subject. What is your favorite snack? Trail mix. I love trail mix. It's my go-to. I got really into those seaweed snacks recently, but yeah, I would say trail mix is up there on the list. We got that. We got you. You. 2 pins. So now we're gonna add our cylinder heads. We got some etched ones. Okay, then what about your favorite beverage? Dr. Pepper, through and through. Dr. Pepper's the best. I do like cream soda. Coffee. I drink a good amount of coffee. I've actually been trying to tone back the coffee intake a little bit because it got a little out of hand for a minute. Water is always delightful. I don't drink alcohol. That just, you know, I like to think that it ruins my output capacity, my ability to create stuff. Also leads to foolish decisions. But yeah, ginger ale's awesome. Dr. Pepper, love seltzers, seltzer water, all sorts of stuff. If Union Pacific's Railroad and Coca-Cola merged to make a different flavor Coca-Cola for their heritage units, which heritage unit would it be? Whoa. If the Union Pacific Railroad and Coca-Cola merged to make different flavors. Oh, like if they created like a partnership? That would be a weird partnership. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what flavor. I like Coca-Cola, regular Coca-Cola. I do love cherry Coke, so number one is, you know, cherry Coke and a cheeseburger. That's just good eating. That's living. I don't know though. That's a cool question. So we got our cylinder cocks on the bottom of our cylinders. Oh, 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 oh. Shoot. What did I do with that? Let's see. Oh, there we are. That's why you always clean your floor before building anything. So you don't lose what you're working on. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Okay then, another question. What is your favorite type of burger? Ooh, bacon cheeseburger. Easy. I do love a California burger with avocado. I think avocado just makes everything better. If I was stuck on a desert island and I could only pick one food to eat, it would be avocado. That's just the way I be. Oops. That is just the way she goes. All right, so this kit does have an opening smoke box door. If the Union Pacific Railroad or CSX made a custom heritage unit that looks like one of your RDUC locomotives, like the GP9, what would you do? If the Union Pacific Railroad or CSX made a custom heritage unit that looks like one of your RDUC locomotives, I'm not sure about that question. Now let's ask this, what's your favorite type of pizza? Good question. I go through phases. As an Italian, I like margherita pizza. That's great. I like margherita pizza with anchovies on it. I know that sounds disgusting, but it's really good. Like a good Napolitana. Let's see. I do like pineapple and ham. I know that's not good, but I do like it a lot. I think it's delicious. I think it's savory. And sometimes it's just like that little extra burst of flavor you like, you know? When will you make an Italian locomotive? Hopefully soon. I need to do a trip back to Italy just to do some market research. I lived in Rome for 6 months and absolutely loved it. What's great is I actually spent a lot of time traveling by train and going to a few places with unique locomotives simply because I was like, oh man, I need to get out and do something like that. I used to go rail fanning, and I would drag my girlfriend at the time along, and she didn't even realize it was rail fanning. But we will do some Italian locomotives. I do want to go to the train museum or the rail transportation museum in Milan because that looks fantastic. The one thing that I was really stoked to go visit when I was in Italy, Rome still has a roundhouse, and it's a substantial roundhouse. And I managed to kind of not sneak onto the property. I don't condone breaking and entering, but we did do a little trespassing just to see the roundhouse because it's so intense. It's cool. But there's like neat narrow gauge near Rome, which I found by accident. I didn't even realize it existed until I was there. I was like, oh, that's awesome. There's always something to explore. That city's marvelous. If you ever go to Rome, there's always something cool to find. Just the history is just incredible.
Several CSX heritage units have been passed his shop. I haven't seen any CSX heritage units, Colin. Personally, I like pomegranate. I do love pomegranate. Which one? So we've got, I don't think I have a contractor behind me. I've got the Tally kit, the Portland, Maine. We've got a 14XX, an early 14XX. Got all sorts of stuff.
All sorts of stuff. Hey, have a great night, and thank you so much for hanging out. This was awesome. Oh yeah, of course they're at night. So I want to put those handrails in place first because I know that's going to be harder to do once the headlight's on. If Ice does another heist charter, will you go to it? If they're able to do one on the East Coast, I will absolutely go. I'm bummed that I really wanted to go to the one in Colorado, but my schedule really did not work with it. As you can imagine, like I'm pretty busy with all this stuff, so it's really hard for me to get out of the shop. Like 2 days out of the shop really puts me behind. 3 days out of the shop is just danger territory. 4 days is like unspeakable. I really haven't had a vacation in a very long time, but I also, like, I play for work, so it's like I'm not stressing out. You know, I'll usually do like a long weekend in the summer. I'll do like a cool little vacation or something just to change things up, get outside, enjoy the sun. But I do need to go on a road trip. I need to get out to Age of Steam this year. I want to go see the big boy. So there's a few things on my to-do list, essentially. But I'm only gonna do it if things are operating at a steady clip here, you know? Let's see. So another food question. What is your favorite type of sandwich? Ooh, I like a good tuna melt. I don't know, does a lobster roll count as a sandwich? I think so. Lobster rolls are really good. I kind of live in lobster roll country. Let's see. I like a Philly cheesesteak. That's a good question. I do like a Philly cheesesteak. That's a tough question. Oops, got too much glue on that. There we go. I live all the way out in New Mexico, and is it possible if you could help? So right now I'm kind of limiting, I've got like a couple people that I'm kind of training to design. In the future, that might open up a little bit more. I'm kind of trying out some different systems as kind of like, you know, hey, like, and that might be something that we venture into in the next year or so. It's kind of like, what if there was like a locomotive design school, so to speak? And I think that sort of thing could be really fun. You know, you would pay maybe like a tuition fee and you get, you know, tutor time. And I teach you, you know, how to design something or how to make something. Any progress on the J7 model? Nope. What's your favorite type of cookie? Oatmeal raisin, because I'm a freak. I love oatmeal raisin. It's very tasty. Thank you for asking. But yeah, I'm thinking like some sort of like, you know, masterclass style thing where we do like, you know, a couple slots a year or something like that, and people can sign up and learn the art of drafting, and at the end of it, what you end up with is like a kit or something like that. But you know, we'll pick something that's doable. Like I wouldn't have you pick like an Allegheny or something like that. We would do like one of the small boys, little lads. That way, you know, you don't get bummed out. Because it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. But it's a skill that you can take on to other things, right? So you could apply to other jobs. You could, you know, do a lot of stuff with it. So right now I'm just putting together the headlight. That's looking pretty cool. It's got little number boards on it. Oop, I don't know if you can see that very well. The cool thing is that these have really beefy headlights. This is a little more schmutz. Yeah, that's starting to really look the part. That looks cool. I'm into that. That looks awesome. Oh, that's popping out again. Cool. Now is the time when we marry this. We're gonna marry this to the frame. So this will be interesting. This will be interesting. So let's give ourselves a nice dollop here. This thing's gonna really start looking like a locomotive now. I'm just gonna put a bunch of glue down where the smoke box marries the frame. And we'll do it over here as well. There's two little male ends that stick up from the frame and it bites into the firebox, so it keeps everything lined up. Because we don't want it to separate from itself. So you've been at this for 6 hours now. Can you guess how much longer this will take? Maybe 3 max. What time is it now? 9:14? So I'm gonna call it quits at 11-ish. Like if we don't finish, oh, no, we can't do it that way. If we don't finish this by like 11:30, then I'm probably just gonna wrap it up. And I'll finish this tomorrow when I come in. But I did want to try to finish it tonight if I can. Nice satisfying click. Nice satisfying squeak. And the two parts are married. I pronounce you boiler and chassis. That's awesome. So another food question. What is your favorite type of pie? I love strawberry rhubarb. That is my jam. Strawberry rhubarb or just classic blueberry. Nice. That makes me very happy. So, at this point, we can do our valve gear and all that stuff. So let's do our valve gear. Let's get that going. This is always the part where I have to remember what my process was when I was designing it, because valve gear kind of works in like a layer system. It can get a little... That's a negative space. That's fine, that. This goes there, so that's for that. I want to put my crosshead in first before we go too far down this road. So we're gonna put our slide valve on. We're just learning about the order of operations we got here. So those guys marry like that. This comes in here. Hey, have a great night, and thank you for tuning in. Oh, there you go. What's my favorite type of chips? I don't really eat chips. I used to really like spicy chips. And this is gonna make me sound really old and crotchety, but spicy chips give me heartburn now, and I can't eat spicy chips as much. So that makes me sound old and decrepit. But that's the way it goes. Not even that old. I'm only 34. I'm just a boy. I shouldn't be having those issues. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. What do we got? What do we got? Did I do it that way? I can't remember. Oh yeah, okay. Whenever you get your small wooden tram pulled out of your parents' shed, could you possibly put it on display inside your shop? So I don't really have any room for it. I've actually been in the process of removing a lot of extra stuff that I have built up in here. I probably will keep it in the barn unless it's been turned into firewood. I doubt it's been turned into firewood, but I don't think my parents would do that. Doesn't seem like something they would do. But I'll pull it out. I'll do like a little like show and tell thing with it. We'll make a little spiel. It's really not that cool. It's cool from a sense of, hey, like I made this way back when, but. Huh. Did I goof that up? I goofed that up big time. Be right back, guys. I do have to cut 2 little parts. This is a question for everyone. What is your favorite template? Oh, wow. Cool. These are hot off the press. Let's see. Do. Any more wooden builds like that? Any more wooden bills? You mean builds? So like other things I've built? Really that was like my big project. I remember it took all summer. I just had started working on it and it just kept growing and growing and growing. And I was enthralled by it. I loved it. It was so fun. Because it was the first time I really felt like I was making something that actually was going to serve a purpose. And it was substantial. Like, the idea was, I discovered Role Models Inc. And they were a company that made really cool, large, 7 1/4 inch products. Or 7 1/2 inch gauge locomotives and stuff. And they had a model of a trolley. And I was like, oh, I really like that. And for some reason, I thought it was bigger than what I saw on there. I was like, oh, this is too cool. And that was the inspiration for it. I just started building. But that's really the main thing. I think I definitely have some photos somewhere of like my O-gauge layout. Those definitely still exist within the ethos. I don't know. That's a little trickier to track down because that's probably, photos of that are probably tucked away somewhere very, very hidden away. Oh, there we are. Oh, we don't want to lose that. So we're making our slide valves. That's kind of a finicky little bit. I'm gonna do one side first. Hey, our guy. want to make sure this will actually go all the way. Yeah. This is always kind of a tricky little thing to do. You kind of have to get glue right into the center of that little opening. Then you slip it in through, oh, we need that. Slip it in through the space and just kind of hope that it sits in the right spot. Actually, you know what? That's foolish. Let's not do that yet. Let's lock you in. No way. Did I only put one of the cranks? Wow, I did. Oh, no, that's a different part. That's not what we want. This is what we want. Oh, thank you. It's really coming together. Boogered that up a little bit, but that's okay. I'm sorry if I'm not really paying attention to the chat. I'd like to try to get this done tonight. So I apologize if I'm not super social for a minute. Gotta concentrate, you know? Cool. Got our eccentrics in the right position. Everybody's looking good. That makes me happy. Let's just take another look at what we did with that. Oh yeah, that's gonna be really nice. Okay. We are getting close to being done with our valve gear. That's exciting. Mark is on vacation. We need to let that boy get some R&R. It's getting messy. Let's tidy up a little bit. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that big time. That's really, really nice of you to say. I don't intend to give up at any point. I've come too far. I've got too much invested in this shenanigans. How much does the super skill weigh? So the engine, the lead engine, weighs about 40 pounds. The tender is about 35. Actually, I think the engine's 45 or 46 pounds. And then the tender is like 35 pounds or something like that. Hey, have a good night, and thank you so much for being a part of this. It was great to have you along. It's a big project, but it's a cool project. And also, that will be the talking piece of your collection. You know, it's like, you could spend $1,500 on a Vision Line locomotive, or you can spend $15 on 9 feet of locomotive. Pick your poison, you know? You can point at it and say, you know what, I built that. Yeah, it doesn't have whistle steam smoke effect. Yep, here comes that train. I closed the window because it was starting to get a little chilly. Hey, thank you for coming aboard. Yep, it just passed by. There it is. Let's get out of the window. So we need that to behave. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's crazy the size of some of these trains that go by now. It's wild. I feel like since CSX took over, the schedule's been a lot more consistent. I don't know if that's a thing, Colin. Alright, I'll play. The sound effects are too good. That's all she wrote. Closing the window. Nope. So you might be wondering why I'm sanding the pins down a little bit. It's just to give them a little bit more clearance. So I want those to sit relatively flat. Perfect. Ta-da! Nice. All right, so now we need to put our floorboards in, our running boards, our walking plates. The brain is slowly losing its ability to call things what they're called. We're not done yet. But we are close. We are weirdly close. So these we won't be able to put in until the cab's installed. But we can put our deck plate on. Once we have that installed, we can do our back head. So once we put our main plates on, we'll do our back head. Get that rocking and rolling. Ooh, actually, you know what? We should have done this where... Oh, no, that's fine. Don't listen to yourself. Just build the train. Build the engine. Yeah, this is starting to look really cool. I'm curious, do you intend to ever make streamlined versions? Absolutely. Hey, thanks, Chris. It's really coming together. Starting to look like the thing. I do intend to do streamlined versions. A big thing that I've been doing, or my thought process behind anything that had streamlining, is if I do the hard part, which is the non-streamlined version first, then when I get a break in the schedule, and it's like, oh, let's do a streamlined version of a J3A. It'll be a lot easier for me to just quickly crank it out rather than have to wait for an opening to do it. I might tape that down. I need to go get more painter's tape. Seems to be the one thing I run out of a lot is duct tape and painter's tape. Duct tape I go through like hellfire. So let's put these on the stage. And now we're going to do our backhead detail. Because now that we have our floor in place, we can do that. So the U get put to the side for now. I don't want to glue that in yet. I gotta remember how I did this. Because this is actually a pretty... I kind of went buck wild when designing this. Because I wanted it to have all the things. Because it has a very cool cab interior. We got a brake stand. This is on the left-hand side. And I wanted to get it as faithfully close to the real thing as humanly possible. Because the back head is so important to like the distinction of the actual machine itself. Excuse me. How did we do this? Boo 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 boo. That's it. That's what that was. Actually, what I might do is I might bring the camera over here so you guys can get a better look at this, because I'm kind of foregoing the chat in order to get this done. blob. I want you guys to be able to see what's going on here. Let's see. Bear with me. We're gonna move this thing around. Whoa! A new angle. So let's bring this down. Bring you back. There we go. How's that? Now you guys can at least see what's going on here. Did you know, Gallup, really awesome to see a kit of an American British team. New one. Yeah, we broke the fourth wall. We broke the fourth wall. But at least this way you guys can see a little better of what's going on here. So we're gonna add our firebox doors. Let's remove some of that madness. So sadly, the firebox doors aren't super functional. I mean, they open if you play with them a little bit, but it's not like the J3A or some of the other ones where you can operate the smoke box doors. They're free swinging. So you can position them like that, which I think is cool. Like that works for me in so many ways. Let's see. I feel like there's supposed to be these guys. Again, this is one of those situations where the whole back head is like a layer job. And I gotta remember how I did it. I think that's right. Oh, did I lose that other little doodad? We should put more of those on there. Those are useful. Yeah, we'll find something. We'll find something to make it work. So that goes there. I think I have it so it just has a little. It's a double. Yeah, it does. It looks like an early British, terrifying experience. So we're just gonna get some glue there. Put a little glue on the pose. Glue there. Sorry if my arm reaches in front of the camera, guys. No, it's not the most ideal thing to see the hand. God, reach across the screen. I don't think those valves go in opposing directions, but for the sake of what we're doing today, they sure do. Oh, too much glue. Luckily it dries clear. If it didn't dry clear, I'd be a bigger stickler about it, but... Go. Nice. That looks good. Now we have a water glass. Oh, there we go. I have been listening to elevator music this whole time. So I apologize, because it soothes me. It puts me at ease. I like it. Honestly, at a certain point, I just kind of tune it out. But it works. It works for me. What time is it? 10:04. Oh, Emily. Oh, Emily. Let's see. Of course, a cab interior would be... This locomotive wouldn't go anywhere without a throttle. I'm gonna add that in here. There we go. I'm sure what all you guys are hearing is just me breathing, which is a little... I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's just labored breathing in your ear. This is a good backhead. I am loving the way that this is looking. Looks really cool. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Max. Always great having you join. We'll catch you later, buddy. Hey, have a good night. Oh, thank you, dude. Yeah, I spent like 3 days trying to really get the backhead to look the part. The first time I designed it, I was like, it doesn't have enough stuff. And then I designed it and it had too much stuff. And then the third time was just right. I can't remember. I think this goes like this. There we go. Cool. It's all that stuff. And then I can't remember. So that gets mounted on, there's like a raised bit here. So now we need to do our seats. So let's get the seats going. We'll do the fireman's side first because that's easy. Get that out of the way. Oh, jumping the gun again. That's that side. So as a first-time locomotive, you have a few options, obviously. I really think like the 1848 American's really doable. The Class 25 Montezuma's really good. The Portland, Maine 044. The John Bull's not bad. I would say the C25 the Montezuma kit is a great starter kit. Goes together really well. The only tricky part is really the stack can get a little complicated, but most people have been able to figure it out pretty easily. It's just a matter of developing your own little system. But I like the 1848 a lot. That one's like one of my newest favorite kits. It's so cute. Yeah, the throttle you can't move too much, but you know it's there. That's all that matters. We gave up functionality for appearance. Which is rare for an undah kit. Usually we focus heavily on functionality before looks, but I may or may not have fired myself twice the week that I was doing the cab interior. And my rehiring process, guys, is atrocious. Nice. I'll take it. Our brake stand. So I tried to combine these together. The real life thing doesn't have the reversing wheel and brake stand combined into one. That's a little time-saving liberty I took. But I think it looks pretty gosh darn good. I want that to be able to move. I'm gonna position this way. So it's kind of out of the way. I don't think anyone's ever going to watch this whole live stream. It's ridiculous. Like the full 8 hours. It's aggressive. Maybe to fall asleep to. Welcome to Sleeping with Trip. Tonight, we're gonna be building the Australian J-Class. I hope you enjoy. If you like building things, you also like trains as much as I do. Get ready for a night of fun. Oh, that's not right. What'd we do here? What'd we do? I guess. Let's see here. Bear with me, guys. I just gotta cut 2 parts. Okay, cool. It's got all of our cab details all in there. That looks pretty awesome. And then we are going to add our back panel and our train order hook, which for a while I had no idea what this thing was. I was asking around and no one really gave me a clear answer. But there's a train order hook that's deployable. So I figured, why not? Why not go that extra mile? Why not do the thing? Whoop. Whoop. Deployable hook. Oh, staff exchanger. Oh, okay. That's actually an incredible, incredible bit. Thank you for that, man. That's huge. Because I had no idea. I had an idea what it was. And then finally, Brett over at the Yara Valley kept talking about it doesn't have it. It doesn't have it. And it's like, oh my gosh, what doesn't it have? Underneath the cab. Whee. It's simplified, obviously. Like this one's a little bit, you know, it's a wooden kit. Can't go too crazy with it. We do what we can with the materials we have. Trying to do this without getting glue boogers all over the side and making it nasty. I want to keep those cab sides nice and orderly. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Looks like the thing. And then these are kind of thin, so I want to use a razor to cut these out. Most of these parts you can just spin out of their housing pretty easily, or you put a little pressure on the point where they're connected. But when you have something that's super thin, it's always good to take proper precaution. And that locks that. This thing's getting heavy. Okay, now we can add those last two running boards. So let me clear some stuff out of here, because that's not really fun to look at. Let me back this up a bit, guys, so that way your field of view is better. Down a bit. There we go. It's probably better. Substantially gluey. Come on, go in the thing. Are you seriously gonna fight me? I am your father. Almost out of glue here. So let's see. There we go. There's the schmutz we want. Oh, the sweatshirt says Fire Duck Locomotive Works. Yep. So this is the left side of the locomotive. It might be flip-flopped. I don't know if YouTube's flip-flopping it or is the image flipped. I'm not sure. But it is on the left-hand side. I have the phone facing me, so everything might be a little bit backwards. It is 10:33 here. We have been streaming for 443 minutes and 32 seconds. It's a long stream. The longest stream I ever did was when I did the super scale. 2926. Pretty sure I did that in like 2 consecutive days, like back to back. And it was that was aggressive. That was aggressive. Yeah. Huh, interesting. I don't know. Okay, so now we got that done. Let's get this in here. Got some piping to add. Oddly enough, we are coming up on the end of it. We're getting really close. Oh, the blue duct tape's on there just to, when I was putting on the front boards, just to keep it from separating, but these can come off. Sorry, guys. Basically, it was holding these together because the wood kept wanting to lift up. So that's all that is. Oops. There we go. That's the ticket. How much are we planning to sell these for? In USD, it's probably going to be like 215, 220-ish. I'm going to try to see if I can bring that number down a little bit. But it's likely going to be in the 215 range. Just adding a little WD-40 to all the bits and bulbs. So everything moves really nicely. I should have done this earlier. Basically what happened was I got a little bit of glue stuck on there, which isn't the end of the world. Oh yeah, that's butter. That is butter, boys. There we go. Oh yeah, no, like the whole purpose of this is like ease of manufacturing. You know, you've got a single material type. It's quick to manufacture, quick-ish if you have the equipment. Why make it overpriced? There's no sense in making it crazy overpriced. I still think it's too expensive. I'll always think my stuff is too expensive. But sadly, that's just the reality. I always try to make it as inexpensive as possible and attainable as possible. Oh, this isn't the part I wanted. I was thinking of something else. Over here. Let's do that too.
we are just adding on detail parts at this point. So it's a lot of just little bits and bobs and things to add. Yeah, sadly, that kit, the super scale one, like the really big one, takes 2 days for me to manufacture. It's wild. The material cost alone is nothing to shake a stick at. But save up. It's a big project, you know? It's a huge kit. Okay, now we need to do this thing. We need to do a reverser. And as much as I wanted this to have functioning valve gear, I just couldn't squeeze it in to the space. Get that out of there. We don't need that yet. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Why did I look in my drawer for a piece of wood? It's ridiculous. looks nice. Got a reversing arm in there. Oops. Let's not ruin what we've been working on. Details aplenty. We have a ton of conduit to add to this. I'm trying to remember if these go like this. Nope, these go like that. This thing's gonna start looking really cool really quickly. Oh, we have the biggest FOMA. That should not be news, guys. That should not be news. Ooh, okay, I get it. I know what I did here. Sometimes I gotta remember, like, how did we design this? How did we do that? Because we did this. We went boom, and then with that, we did that. Like that. And this slips up behind it. Need more pins. More pins. Yeah, the complicated thing is, you know, when you're designing these things, it's like a lot of conduit shapes are like compound curves. So you kind of have to figure out how you're going to do it and relay the message that you're trying to say.
think I'm a top trained YouTuber yet. I literally started YouTube like a week ago. I think I got a long way to go. Got a long way to go and lots to learn because a lot of this I'm still figuring out. What did I do here? There we go. There it is. Come on, go into the thing. There you go. Now you're behaving. Already, I know that that is too long, so we gotta trim that back. Don't mind if I do. Let's see. We are prototyping, so sometimes there's things that need to get trimmed, and that is one of those situations. But you will not need tin snips to build your kit. How did I do this? Oh, there we go. Right? Yeah, that's right. Oh, that goes out in front. I did this one backwards. That's okay. I don't think I can get that out. Might be able to. Do a little backtracking. Can we pull that out without breaking it? Another reason why tacky glue rules. It sets really quick, but you can always go back and fix your mistakes. I was like, why is that so weirdly layered? I didn't draw this that long ago. I should remember some things. So it looks like it's on the wrong side, but the cab driver, he's right here. On your phone, it looks like the right-hand side, but the phone's got it flip-flopped. I know it looks probably a little alarming, but I think of these things. I know what I'm doing. Kind of. I kind of know what I'm doing at this point. So the way I have my phone positioned, I've got the camera looking at me so I can look at the screen, and it flips everything backwards. So like the lamp's on the wrong side of the table, like everything's flip-flopped. That's what you're seeing. And that's why it looks all sagaglin. Let's see here. What are we doing? Let's get these in. This goes right up here. Oops. That little part was like, I don't want to be a part of this. I want out. guys have a better view that's not as cluttered. Yeah, New York Central Operating Manual. It's kind of cool. All sorts of little tidbits and odds and ends. What is this? Half the time I build these, I'm like, what is this? What is this? What do we got here? See you later. Have a good night. Oh, we ran out of music. I'm gonna go turn it back on. Started from the beginning, boys. Here we've got our little dynamo. And I'm trying to remember, I think this actually goes up in here. So let's see if we can finagle that up through there. Bring it down. Drop it into place. We are lucky that fits. Always like when that happens. It's always nice. Connect those two pieces of conduit together. Bada bing, bada boom. And this guy goes here. Now I'm remembering. I remember. Perfect. Was that right? No, that's not it. That's not it. What did we do? Go under it? No, that's not it either. Well, it's just one too many. Let's see. So I know this goes here. Oh, that's it. Okay. This is the one that goes up and over. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, this was that wacky. The inside. We may have to backtrack a little bit because I think I overestimated my ability to get that in there. Let's backtrack. Come on, you. Pesky bee. No, that's all right. Let's behave, gentlemen. Trying to remember which ones go where. I think I pretty much remember. This one goes here on the bottom. And these go like this. Okay, I know how we're doing this. Yeah, it's air compressor time. I might get the order of this wrong, but I don't think anyone's really gonna care. Except for maybe me. I'll be the only one that knows. And that is a curse I'm willing to live with. Let's see. Supposed to be another one in there? No. That's a little too much. Let's clean that up. Oh, that's why.
Oh, she's a dually. Dually air pump. This thing has massive air tanks too between the frames. It's big honking air tanks. This could get kind of complicated. Oh, yeah, we should have done that first. Can we do this without breaking it? Yup. Okay. There we go. That's how she'll do. Just get that a little schmutz. Quit reminding me what time it is, guys. I do have to wrap this up around 11:45. That's kind of like my time limit. As much as I hate to leave a project unfinished, but I've also been doing this since 3 o'clock. There we go. That's why I wasn't sitting. All right, so we gotta see if we can snake this in here. I think I may have made a mistake not putting these in earlier. As much as I hate to admit defeat. But may have to backtrack a lot. Yeah. Oh shoot, that's gonna be savage. I think we can get this in here. Yes. Yes, gentlemen. That is how miracles. That is how dreams come true. Okay, we lucked out big time again. Nice. I want to do this so I don't get glue all over this nice boiler.
Huzzah. That's good. I like that. That makes me happy. I like it when things do that. It's great when things just work. Let's try to center those a little bit more. Some safeties. Come on, you two. Move. Okay. So that's looking pretty sweet. Let's see here. I need more. Actually, one more handrail. Oh, there you are. Trying to remember what this piece is. That's gonna haunt me. What do you do? You don't go there, you don't go there. Do you go there? I don't think this goes here. Oh, I know where this goes. Okay. There you go. I'm too good. I'm just too good. Oh yeah, well we gotta do smoke deflectors. So after I get this pin in, we're gonna do marker lights, smokestacks, smoke deflectors, and then I think I'm gonna call it. There's just like minor detail bits and bobs that need to get done, but I think we can tackle it. I'm really gonna try to hustle. We might not get to the stack tonight, but we'll see. I'm pulling. Because this needs its marker lights. It's quintessential.
Yeah, what do you guys call them? If there's ever like lingo that I should put out there that's not correct, please correct me. Because I know everybody's got different names for everything, and I want to make sure I'm being sensitive to that. And also, I like to know, you know. And I'm really new to Australian power, so it's never been something I've really learned a lot about. So there's a lot of things that I'm learning right now, which is really fun. And it's really fresh, which I dig. Oh, another freight train. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. I like that. I don't know how well you guys can see. See that? Okay, let's do smoke deflectors. Let's get these bad boys rocking and rolling. For the sake of this model, I kind of designed them so you would glue them in place, but you can decide whether or not you want to do that or not. It's up to you. They should be able to be removable. Ooh. Huh. Marker lamps. Yeah, marker lamps kind of make sense. And that's what everyone, it's kind of like what we call them. We call them marker lights, but it's the same deal. Okay, so let's see. So that's on the bottom, that's on the top. Let's see. So that's the top, that's the bottom. Oh shoot, did I screw this up? No, I didn't. I'm just very mistaken. Did I screw that up? Huh, yes I did. Hang tight guys, let me see what's going on here.
So I didn't include the discs. The circle that opens up that shows the end of the train. I wasn't really sure what that was. I gotta look that stuff up. Is it basically just like a marker plate? Because I think we had talked about that in one of the meetings. It's so crowded on the back of the tender already. I don't think that it didn't make it into the final design. I gotta look that up though, because I don't know what that is, but that would be a cool thing to include. I can still make some changes here and there. Oh, did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did, didn't I? No, I got that right. No, wait, what did I do? What did we do? Oh, I know what I did. That's a royal goof up. We can work around it because time's prohibited. Sorry this is taking so long, guys. There we go. Nice. I love smoke deflectors. It makes anything look awesome. Okay, let's do the next one. Smoke deflectors on a 440. Yeah, smoke deflectors on any sort of like switching locomotive is just downright silly. It's almost trolling.
Smoke deflectors on a 222. See, this is why we do the live stream, so we can make silly jokes like that. Don't threaten me with a good time. Smoke deflectors on a 222 could slap. That could work really well. I'm gonna have to go buy more glue soon. I thought I had enough to do at least 2 more kits with this bottle, but I guess we're kind of running on fumes with it. There's definitely more in there. It's just kind of coming up on the end of that. Ciao. Yeah, standard gauge is narrow gauge for you. Yeah, this is, like I said earlier, this kit is actually introducing a brand new gauge into the world of undah. Got some little grab irons to add on there. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Is this looking the part? I think this is looking pretty sweet. I love all the conduit. My desk isn't perfectly flat for that. All right, we're gonna do the stack, and then maybe if I can sneak in the dome. Do that. I need to see this as complete as possible. Or else I'm gonna be up all night bothered. It's downright bothered. Which is Boston for being bothered. Now, the stack on the J's, it really tapers down, and I really did my best to try to make that kind of translate, but I feel like it still isn't doing it perfectly. But again, you're stuck with the medium. Like wood, you really don't have too much flexibility. If somebody wanted to, you know, taper it manually with a little sandpaper or something of that nature, they totally could.
go for it. Let's finish this. Let's go for it, guys. Why not? I think we can do it. I think, Colin, you're still watching? That's true friendship right there. That's true friendship. There's really not much left. We are going for it, guys. We're going to try to finish this thing tonight. We can do it. I might not get the cab roof on. Well, actually, I think I might be able to. Might be able to get this done. So forgive me if I don't pay too much attention to you guys real quick. This is what build gauntlets are all about. I think a lot of you guys are kind of new to this, but it's usually a massive here, that there. The big thing that was a topic of many conversations, these injectors. spitting distance, ramming speed. That's one side. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the cab roof done. We'll let the clock move for a little bit. We'll let it slide. The reason why there's a time crunch is the new building owners have started towing people at 12 o'clock. And I just don't want to get towed. Yeah, actually, you know what? We can't. It just broke apart. Bummer. Ah, shoot. Anyways, guys, let's put this all together. Let's show you guys what we did today. So I'll do the cab roof tomorrow, so you'll be able to see that. But while we still have some time, lighting. Get our locomotive. Yeah, that's nice. We got our tender. Flip that up. Move that in to assume the position. Ta-da! Look at that. How do you like that? So we just need to do the cab roof and then we're done. Not bad. So if somebody was really ambitious, they could build this in like 10 hours. Nothing like a broken part. I may have accidentally broken it on purpose. But yeah, I'm thrilled with this. I think this looks great. It's got all sorts of little bits and bobs and odds and ends. I do have to adjust the track width though. I made it a little too wide. So I gotta cut some new track tomorrow. That's butter. That's butter. Yeah, guys, that's a cool one. That's a cool kit. It's downright neat. And I love that it has the opening smoke box door. That's a nice touch. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but all right, guys. So that about wraps it up for this evening. It is time for me to go home and go to bed. So I will talk to you guys all later. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting us on this fun little journey. And if you do have any more questions that you want to have answered, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Follow Our Duck Locomotive Works on Instagram, Facebook. And if you're ready to take the plunge, visit ourduck.co. All right, guys, thanks a lot and have a great night.